Before the first cities rose in Mesopotamia. Before the pyramids cut their sharp silhouettes into the Egyptian sky. Before history itself was supposed to begin, something was already happening in America. Not a myth. Not a legend passed down through campfire stories. But something physical. Heavy. Immovable. Still here. Right now, beneath forests, under farmlands, hidden inside rolling hills and quiet river valleys, there are structures so massive, so deliberate, and so precisely designed that once you truly see them, it becomes impossible to unsee the question they raise. Who built this, and why don't we talk about it? For most of our lives, we're taught a simple story. That ancient America was a land of small, scattered tribes. Nomadic hunters. Early farmers just beginning to understand the land. We're told that complexity arrived late. That monument building, advanced engineering, large-scale planning, those things belonged to the Old World. Europe. Egypt. Asia. America, we're told, came much later. But what if that story is incomplete? What if the land itself has been trying to tell us something else, quietly, patiently, while we weren't listening? Imagine standing on a wide, grassy plain in the heart of North America. At first glance, it looks ordinary. Peaceful. But as you climb higher, as the view widens, something unsettling begins to take shape. The hills aren't natural. The curves aren't random. The lines stretch too far, too evenly. Patterns emerge that were never meant to be accidental. Shapes. Alignments. Geometry. Earth moved by human hands, not by the thousands, but by the millions of tons. And suddenly, the ground beneath your feet no longer feels ancient in the way you were taught. It feels intelligent. For over a century, explorers, surveyors, archaeologists, and even farmers have stumbled across massive structures carved into the American landscape. Vast mounds, enormous embankments, perfectly shaped enclosures, and long, winding forms that can only be fully understood from above, a perspective their builders technically shouldn't have had. Yet they did. And that's where the discomfort begins. Because these aren't crude piles of dirt. They are engineered. Measured. Planned. Many of them follow precise astronomical alignments, solstices, equinoxes, lunar cycles. Some mirror geometric principles that supposedly wouldn't be discovered until thousands of years later. And the most disturbing part? They predate what we believe prehistoric Americans were capable of. The deeper researchers dig, the more the timeline starts to blur. Dates stretch backward. Assumptions weaken. And the clean, comfortable narrative of human progress begins to fracture. This isn't about rewriting history for shock value. It's about confronting evidence that refuses to stay buried. For decades, these sites were brushed aside as anomalies. Attributed to simple ritual. Explained away as primitive experimentation. Or quietly ignored altogether. Not because they weren't impressive, but because they didn't fit. And when something doesn't fit, it threatens more than just dates in a textbook. It threatens careers. Institutions. Entire frameworks of belief about who we are and where we came from. So the safest option was silence. But silence has a cost. Because once you start connecting the dots, once you compare site after site across the continent, it becomes clear that this wasn't isolated. This wasn't accidental. And it certainly wasn't small. There are patterns stretching hundreds of miles. Construction efforts that would have required generations of planning. Social organization on a scale that contradicts the idea of loosely connected bands of people struggling to survive. This was coordination. Leadership. Vision. This was civilization, whether we want to use that word or not. And yet, ask the average person about ancient American megastructures, and you'll likely get a blank stare. Ask them about massive prehistoric cities north of Mexico, and many will say they never existed. That ignorance isn't accidental. It's inherited. Because history isn't just what happened. It's what gets preserved, taught, and repeated, and what gets quietly set aside. Here's the uncomfortable truth: if similar structures existed in Europe or the Middle East, they would be world famous. Protected. Studied endlessly. Celebrated as proof of ancient genius. In America, many were plowed over. Leveled for farms. Cut through by highways. Erased by expanding cities before anyone stopped to ask what was being destroyed. Not because they weren't important, but because they weren't recognized as such. And that raises a chilling possibility. What if we didn't just forget an ancient chapter of human history? What if we actively erased it without realizing what we were losing? This isn't a story about aliens or magic civilizations. It's more unsettling than that. Because the evidence points to something far closer to home. It points to us. To humans who may have understood the land, the sky, and each other far better than we give them credit for. Humans who built on a scale we associate with empires, yet left no written language we can easily read. Humans whose achievements survived in soil and stone, but not in stories. And when those stories vanished, so did the people. Or so we thought. Because their work is still here. Every mound. Every alignment. Every carefully shaped ridge is a message frozen in time, one we're only beginning to decipher. And the more we listen, the clearer it becomes that the past we inherited is incomplete. This journey isn't about proving a single theory. It's about asking the questions that were never encouraged. About looking at familiar landscapes with unfamiliar eyes. About understanding that history isn't fixed, it's fragile. And once you realize that, once the idea takes hold that an advanced, organized, monument-building culture could have existed in America thousands of years earlier than we were told, you can't help but wonder, if this much was hidden in plain sight. What else is waiting beneath our feet? Because the ground remembers. And whether we're ready or not, its silence is starting to speak. For centuries, the timeline of human history in America has been considered relatively straightforward. Archaeologists, historians, and educators taught generations that the continent's first inhabitants were small, scattered groups of hunter-gatherers who arrived across the Bering Land Bridge roughly 13,000 years ago. According to this narrative, civilization, the kind capable of building monumental structures, organizing large populations, and mastering complex engineering, simply did not exist in North America until much later. This story has become so ingrained that it feels natural, even unquestionable. Schools, museums, and documentaries repeat it like a mantra, shaping the collective imagination to accept that America was, for a long time, an empty land waiting for civilization to arrive from elsewhere. Yet, when you step beyond the official timeline and examine the evidence hidden in plain sight, cracks appear in this carefully constructed story. Those cracks grow wider the more you explore, until the entire foundation of accepted history begins to wobble. The problem begins with what experts call anomalies. Everywhere from the Ohio River Valley to the hills of New England, there are earthworks, mounds, and stone structures that defy the conventional understanding of prehistoric societies in America. The sizes are immense, the engineering precise, and in many cases, the alignments suggest an understanding of astronomy that, according to mainstream timelines, should have been impossible. Take, for example, the enormous complex at Poverty Point in Louisiana. This massive arrangement of mounds and ridges is estimated to have been built around 3,400 years ago, a time when the accepted narrative says people in the region were still living relatively simple lives. The scale alone is staggering. Workers moved millions of tons of earth without the wheel, without draft animals, and without modern tools. For centuries, scholars struggled to explain how such a feat could be accomplished by what were considered primitive societies. Yet explanations are often half-hearted, invoking the idea of communal labor or ritual significance without really addressing the logistical challenges. These anomalies persist, leaving a lingering tension between the evidence and the story we are told to believe. Even more perplexing is the precision with which many of these structures are laid out. At Cahokia, near modern-day St. Louis, the layout of the city's massive mounds is aligned with the cardinal points, and certain plazas correspond to solstices and equinoxes. Geometrically, the city exhibits a sophistication that implies not just knowledge of measurement, but a conceptual understanding of space and design. Yet mainstream archaeology tends to gloss over these details as mere coincidence or ritual convenience. The narrative insists that such precision is unexpected, and therefore, it must not have been intentional. This insistence is part of a larger pattern. When evidence does not conform to the established story, it is often dismissed, minimized, or explained away rather than confronted directly. The result is a carefully curated version of history in which the extraordinary is normalized into the ordinary, and the impossible becomes conveniently impossible. Part of the reason for this resistance lies in institutional momentum. Academic disciplines are not neutral, they are shaped by funding, peer review, and reputational risk. Scholars who challenge the accepted timeline often face significant pushback. Their careers can be threatened, their research questioned, or even discredited. This has created a culture in which anomalies are tolerated but rarely investigated with the rigor they deserve. The consequence is a kind of collective blind spot. While evidence of ancient megastructures and advanced prehistoric societies exists, it rarely makes its way into mainstream education or popular understanding. Instead, the official story becomes self-reinforcing, presented as truth because it has been repeated often and accepted widely, not necessarily because it is complete or accurate. Beyond the institutional pressures, there is also the psychological comfort of a linear story. Humans prefer tidy narratives. It is easier to believe that civilizations arose in predictable ways, that technological progress was steady and universal, and that history is a story of continuous improvement. Accepting the idea that complex societies might have existed in North America long before the official timeline forces us to confront uncertainty, and uncertainty is uncomfortable. It challenges the foundational beliefs about human ingenuity, about progress, and about our place in the world. This discomfort explains why evidence is sometimes ignored or rationalized away rather than embraced. When confronted with proof of monumental earthworks older than the pyramids or stone structures aligned with astronomical events millennia before they should have been possible, the cognitive dissonance can be profound. The human mind seeks ways to reconcile the conflict, often by diminishing the significance of the evidence instead of rethinking the story itself. Yet anomalies are persistent. Across the continent, there are clusters of evidence that cannot be dismissed lightly. The Serpent Mound in Ohio, a winding earthen serpent stretching more than 1,000 feet, aligns with the summer solstice sunrise and other lunar events. In New England, stone chambers with corbelled roofs resemble Old World designs, despite being constructed in isolation from known European influence. In the Mississippi Valley, Cahokia's vast mound complexes required sophisticated urban planning, social organization, and labor management. Even the remnants of ancient copper mining in the Great Lakes region suggest a level of technological expertise not acknowledged in conventional timelines. Each site, on its own, might be explained away. Taken together, they form a pattern that is increasingly difficult to ignore, evidence of advanced, organized societies in prehistoric America, societies that mainstream narratives refuse to fully recognize. The tension between evidence and accepted history is further complicated by the way discoveries have been handled. For centuries, artifacts and skeletal remains have disappeared into storage rooms or private collections. Some findings, particularly those that challenge the official timeline, were quietly archived or misrepresented. Reports of unusually large human skeletons, for instance, have been documented for over 100 years, but many were dismissed as misidentifications or outright hoaxes. Whether intentional or accidental, these omissions reinforce the perception of prehistoric America as a simple, unremarkable landscape. But if we consider the cumulative weight of the evidence, a more complex picture emerges, one that suggests human history in America is not a straightforward progression from primitive to advanced, but rather a story punctuated by sophistication, mystery, and, at times, catastrophic loss. Understanding why these discoveries are so often overlooked requires more than just examining the physical evidence, it demands a look at the systems of authority that shape knowledge itself. Museums, universities, and government-funded archaeological programs all play roles in defining what is considered legitimate. Funding often goes to projects that align with established narratives, creating a cycle in which only certain discoveries are pursued while others are neglected. Researchers who push boundaries may find their work published in obscure journals or dismissed as fringe science. This structural bias creates the illusion that prehistoric America was uneventful, when in reality, the evidence of complexity and achievement exists, patiently waiting for attention. Even as modern technology begins to reveal more of what lies beneath the surface, satellite imaging, LiDAR scans, and advanced dating methods uncovering structures invisible to the naked eye, the tension between the official story and the evidence persists. LiDAR, in particular, has exposed vast earthworks hidden beneath dense forests, confirming the scale and sophistication of ancient constructions long suspected but dismissed. What was once invisible, or easy to ignore, is now undeniable. These revelations force us to confront uncomfortable questions about human capability, the selective nature of history, and the possibility that much of what we believe about the ancient Americas is incomplete or misleading. Ultimately, the forbidden question persists because it threatens deeply held assumptions. Were we wrong about America's ancient timeline? Were civilizations capable of organizing, engineering, and understanding the world at a level far beyond what we have been taught? And if so, why was this knowledge lost, ignored, or deliberately suppressed? These questions are not just academic, they strike at the core of identity, heritage, and the stories we tell ourselves about human progress. Every mound, every stone alignment, every anomalous artifact is a reminder that history may not be as linear as we assume. That the past is more complex, more remarkable, and more enigmatic than we are allowed to imagine. As we continue this journey, we will explore the structures themselves, the evidence of ancient engineering, and the patterns that challenge conventional timelines. We will meet the mounds that rise above the Mississippi Valley, the serpents carved into the Ohio earth, the copper mines of the Great Lakes, and the stone chambers of New England. We will trace a network of human endeavor that stretches across thousands of years and miles, a network that speaks of knowledge, ambition, and skill. And as we do, we must keep returning to the question that has haunted scholars, explorers, and locals alike: if the evidence is real, if these structures were built by humans long before we thought possible, what does that mean for everything we believe about who we are and where we come from? The answer will not be simple. It will not fit neatly into textbooks or accepted timelines. But it will be impossible to ignore. The story of America's ancient past is not finished. In fact, it may never have truly been told. And as we step closer, as we uncover more, one thing becomes certain: the history we have been taught is only part of the truth, and the forbidden evidence of prehistoric ingenuity is waiting to rewrite everything. Long before the first European ships sailed across the Atlantic, and long before anyone spoke of the concept of America, as we know it, there were people living on this land who left marks of their presence that modern eyes can barely comprehend. These marks were not small or fleeting. They were vast, deliberate, and monumental, evidence of cultures that organized labor, understood the land, and built with a vision that has largely been lost to time. Unlike the nomadic bands described in conventional histories, these people left enduring signs of permanence: earthen mounds rising above river valleys, vast geometric enclosures stretching for miles, and intricate alignments that suggest a sophisticated grasp of astronomy and mathematics. Every ridge, every mound, every carefully placed stone hints at an intelligence capable of planning on a scale that would challenge even some modern expectations. And yet, for reasons that remain partly mysterious, much of this history was erased, ignored, or forgotten, leaving behind only fragments to puzzle over. The concept of lost builders is not mere speculation. Across North America, there is an astonishing consistency in the size, shape, and alignment of these ancient constructions. The Mississippian culture, which flourished between 800 and 1600 CE, is one example often cited to illustrate organized societies in pre-Columbian America, yet evidence predating the Mississippians suggests the existence of even earlier, highly sophisticated builders. Consider Poverty Point in Louisiana, constructed around 1700 BCE, a complex of concentric ridges and ceremonial mounds that required moving millions of pounds of earth, all without modern tools. Its scale rivals anything contemporaneous in the Old World. How could a society, assumed to be composed of hunter-gatherers or early agrarian communities, achieve such an engineering feat? This is one of the core mysteries that challenges conventional timelines and raises the possibility that human ingenuity has been underestimated in prehistoric America. What makes these structures even more compelling is the clear intention behind their design. They are not random piles of dirt or stone. They demonstrate deliberate planning, spatial awareness, and long-term vision. Archaeologists who have studied these sites often describe them as possessing a kind of urban consciousness, where every mound, pathway, and enclosure serves a purpose within a broader cultural or cosmological framework. At Cahokia, near modern-day St. Louis, the largest prehistoric city north of Mexico, mounds were positioned to align with cardinal directions and celestial events. The very layout of the city suggests careful attention to both the practical and the symbolic, plazas for gathering, mounds for leadership or ceremonial purposes, and thoroughfares designed to manage the flow of thousands of residents. The scale and sophistication are so striking that it raises questions not only about engineering skills but also about the social structures required to organize such efforts. Generations of workers would have been coordinated with a sense of shared purpose, pointing to leadership, planning, and cultural continuity that runs counter to the notion of prehistoric America as fragmented and primitive. Perhaps the most striking element of these lost builders is their mastery of the environment. They did not merely occupy land, they transformed it. Rivers were incorporated into urban layouts, floodplains were managed, and ridges and terraces were carefully shaped to create both defensive and ceremonial spaces. This level of environmental manipulation demonstrates a deep understanding of both ecology and hydrology. In an era when the prevailing narrative assumes humans were largely reactive to their surroundings, these structures suggest the opposite: proactive, strategic engagement with the land. In essence, the builders of these ancient structures were architects of landscapes, shaping terrain to meet cultural, practical, and spiritual needs simultaneously. The question of who these people were is complicated by the fragmentary nature of the archaeological record. Unlike Egypt or Mesopotamia, where monumental inscriptions and written records provide context, much of ancient America's history exists only in earth and stone. This absence of a written record has contributed to their marginalization in historical narratives. Scholars rely on artifacts, construction patterns, and radiocarbon dating to piece together their story, but every discovery raises new questions. For example, artifacts at Poverty Point reveal sophisticated craftsmanship in clay, stone, and copper, suggesting specialized skills and trade networks. The tools required to construct these massive sites indicate knowledge of geometry, leverage, and resource management. These people were not merely surviving, they were thriving, creating complex societies capable of producing both functional and symbolic works that endured long after their creators vanished. The social and cultural implications are equally remarkable. Constructing these massive earthworks required more than labor, it required organization, shared beliefs, and cultural cohesion. Generations of workers would have been mobilized, trained, and motivated, implying leadership structures and possibly hierarchies. Ritual and religion likely played a central role, as seen in the repeated ceremonial aspects of mound placement, alignments, and symbolic shapes like serpents or circles. These practices suggest that spirituality and social identity were intertwined, giving communities a sense of purpose and cohesion. Yet the sophistication of these societies challenges the conventional assumption that complex religion, urban planning, and monumental construction were innovations introduced later from the Old World. In other words, these were self-contained, original achievements that hint at a depth of cultural knowledge that has been largely ignored. Geography itself adds another layer of mystery. From the river valleys of the Mississippi to the rolling hills of New England, there are patterns of construction that defy the notion of isolated, primitive communities. Structures are often positioned in ways that indicate not only local planning but awareness of broader landscapes and possibly long-distance coordination. The possibility that knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and geometry was shared or independently developed across vast distances in prehistoric America raises fundamental questions about human capability. If these societies were able to master such complexity independently, it rewrites assumptions about cognitive development, engineering, and cultural sophistication. Despite the evidence, mainstream narratives continue to frame these achievements as anomalies or the products of simpler societies. The term "lost builders" often carries a subtle implication that their skills were exceptions, not representative of a larger pattern. Yet when one examines the breadth of the evidence, from mound complexes in Ohio and Illinois to stone chambers in New England and copper mines in the Great Lakes, the scale and consistency suggest otherwise. These were widespread, enduring traditions with deep knowledge embedded in both construction and cultural practice. The challenge is reconciling this reality with the timelines and frameworks that have dominated American archaeology for over a century. There is also the matter of historical amnesia. Many sites have been destroyed or altered, erasing crucial evidence. Farmlands, highways, and urban development have obliterated portions of what might have been vast networks of earthworks and cities. Even when sites survive, they are often misunderstood, misclassified, or underappreciated. The cumulative effect is a story of human ingenuity that is incomplete, fragmented, and suppressed, not by accident, but often by circumstance, oversight, or institutional bias. This loss is profound because it not only deprives modern society of knowledge but obscures the cultural and technological achievements of people who shaped the continent long before colonial narratives took hold. Ultimately, exploring the idea of lost builders in America forces a re-evaluation of assumptions about prehistoric human societies. These were people capable of monumental thought, extraordinary engineering, and cultural complexity, far beyond what the traditional narrative allows. Their achievements demand recognition not only for their scale but for the sophistication and intentionality embedded in every mound, ridge, and stone chamber. A deeper investigation into their lives, their knowledge, and their intentions reveals a world where human ingenuity flourished in ways that modern scholarship has often failed to acknowledge. As we begin to trace the remnants of these lost civilizations, it becomes increasingly clear that prehistoric America was not a blank canvas awaiting civilization. It was a land actively shaped by intelligent, organized, and visionary human societies. These builders left behind more than structures, they left questions about social organization, engineering, spirituality, and the very nature of human progress. And it is in confronting these questions that the true mystery emerges, the realization that the history we have been taught is incomplete, and that America's prehistoric past contains a depth of knowledge and achievement that may fundamentally alter our understanding of human civilization. In this journey, every mound, every alignment, and every artifact becomes a clue. Each site is a testament to ingenuity, a silent witness to the lives of people who understood their world far better than we have often assumed. And as we begin to piece these clues together, one truth becomes unavoidable: the lost builders of America were neither primitive nor accidental. They were deliberate, they were skilled, and their legacy, though partially erased, is a puzzle of human achievement that demands attention, respect, and rigorous exploration. The story of America's lost builders is not merely about the past. It is about perspective. It challenges our assumptions, reshapes our timelines, and forces us to confront the possibility that human civilization is far older, more complex, and more interconnected than conventional history allows. And in that confrontation lies both the thrill of discovery and the profound discomfort of realizing just how much we have yet to understand. The Mississippi Valley stretches wide and fertile, a land of rivers, rolling hills, and plains that seem to go on forever. To the casual observer, it may appear quiet, ordinary, even unremarkable. But to those who know where to look, this landscape is anything but natural. Hidden within the valleys and along the riverbanks are sprawling earthworks that defy explanation, structures so massive and deliberate that they challenge everything we think we know about prehistoric America. These are not simple mounds or accidental formations left by erosion, they are monumental constructions, created with precision, foresight, and a clear purpose. Stretching for miles, they form patterns that are only fully discernible from above, revealing geometric arrangements, alignments, and shapes that suggest sophisticated planning and engineering capabilities far beyond what we have been taught to expect from ancient North American societies. Early explorers and surveyors of the Mississippi Valley were stunned by what they found. In the 18th and 19th centuries, travelers recorded enormous earthworks, some hundreds of feet long, some over 60 feet tall, built from the soil of the riverbanks themselves. These structures were often arranged in geometric shapes, squares, circles, and octagons, that displayed an understanding of spatial relationships and design that should have been impossible for the hunter-gatherer societies conventional archaeology assumed were responsible. Yet here they were, undeniable and enormous, a testament to human ingenuity that has survived millennia of floods, erosion, and modern development. The effort required to build even a single mound was immense. Moving millions of pounds of earth without machinery required not only labor but planning, organization, and leadership. The Mississippi Valley is scattered with dozens, if not hundreds, of such mounds, suggesting that these efforts were not isolated acts but part of a broader cultural pattern spanning generations. The scale of these earthworks is staggering. Some of the largest mounds stretch over 1,000 feet at their base and rise to over 60 feet in height. Imagine the effort it would take for a community of people, without the wheel or draft animals, to excavate, transport, and pile that much earth. The logistical challenge alone is enough to make modern engineers pause. Yet these structures were not crude, they were carefully shaped, layered, and sometimes faced with stone or timber. Their surfaces were often leveled and compacted in ways that prevented erosion, demonstrating an advanced understanding of materials and structural integrity. The sheer magnitude of construction implies not only coordinated labor but a society capable of sustaining long-term projects, planning over decades, and passing knowledge from one generation to the next. These are not the spontaneous efforts of a small, scattered population. They are the result of vision, organization, and deliberate intent on a scale that has rarely been acknowledged. Beyond size and scale, the Mississippi Valley earthworks exhibit alignments that hint at astronomical knowledge. Certain mounds and ridges correspond with the solstices, equinoxes, and other celestial events, indicating that the builders had a sophisticated understanding of the cycles of the sun and moon. The placement of structures along cardinal points suggests not only symbolic intent but practical applications in agriculture, navigation, and ceremony. These alignments are precise, not approximate, implying measurement techniques and observational skills that rival, and in some cases predate, those used in other parts of the ancient world. That such knowledge existed in a society considered prehistoric, according to conventional timelines, raises profound questions about what was possible long before contact with European civilizations. How were these measurements achieved? What instruments or methods were used to align structures over vast distances? And what motivated the builders to invest so much effort in such precision? The answers remain tantalizingly out of reach, hidden beneath layers of soil and time. One of the most striking aspects of the Mississippi Valley earthworks is their geometric sophistication. Unlike random mounds created for burial or defense, many sites reveal shapes that are mathematically intentional. Squares, circles, octagons, and complex combinations appear repeatedly, often spanning large areas that would have required aerial perspective to fully comprehend. Scholars have long debated how prehistoric people could plan and execute these designs without the benefit of modern surveying tools or aerial reconnaissance. The precision of these layouts suggests the existence of an organized system of measurement and shared knowledge, perhaps even a form of abstract mathematical understanding. These findings challenge the assumption that North American societies of the time were primarily focused on survival and subsistence, revealing instead communities capable of advanced planning, symbolic expression, and long-term vision. The Mississippi Valley also offers evidence of social and ceremonial complexity. Many earthworks appear to have been designed for gatherings, rituals, or displays of power. The arrangement of mounds and plazas indicates communal spaces, pathways, and gathering points that could accommodate hundreds or even thousands of participants. Some scholars suggest that these sites functioned as centers of governance or ceremonial hubs, where leaders and communities came together for religious, political, or social purposes. The effort required to mobilize labor, coordinate construction, and maintain such sites over generations implies not only a level of organization but also a shared cultural or spiritual framework that motivated collective action. These were not temporary settlements but enduring centers of human activity and cultural identity. Despite the evidence, mainstream narratives have often minimized or dismissed the significance of these sites. Early European settlers frequently destroyed or repurposed the mounds, failing to recognize their cultural and historical importance. By the time professional archaeologists began to study them systematically, many sites had been altered, eroded, or buried under modern development. Additionally, academic bias has sometimes led to the downplaying of evidence that does not fit established timelines, framing sophisticated construction as anomalous or attributing it to unknown, mysterious influences rather than acknowledging the ingenuity of prehistoric societies themselves. This combination of destruction, neglect, and bias has obscured the true scope and significance of the Mississippi Valley earthworks, leaving a gap in our understanding of ancient America that is only now beginning to be addressed through modern research techniques. In recent decades, technologies such as LiDAR scanning and aerial photography have revolutionized our understanding of the Mississippi Valley. What was once invisible beneath forests and farmland has been revealed in stunning clarity, showing patterns, alignments, and connections between sites that were previously unrecognized. These discoveries have confirmed earlier observations of geometric planning and scale while uncovering new sites, suggesting that the network of monumental earthworks in the region was far more extensive than previously believed. The use of LiDAR, in particular, has demonstrated that many structures were interconnected, forming patterns that could only be understood through a bird's-eye view. This reinforces the idea that prehistoric societies in the Mississippi Valley were capable of large-scale planning, long-term coordination, and sophisticated design, a level of complexity that continues to challenge conventional understandings of ancient North America. Perhaps most unsettling of all is the realization that much of this history has been deliberately ignored or underappreciated. When monumental construction is treated as anomalous, when evidence is minimized, and when research is constrained by prevailing academic narratives, the story of prehistoric America becomes fragmented and distorted. The Mississippi Valley earthworks, in all their scale, precision, and complexity, demand a reconsideration of what is possible in human history. They suggest that organized, intelligent, and highly capable societies existed far earlier than textbooks admit, reshaping our understanding of human achievement on the continent. As we trace these massive constructions across the Mississippi Valley, a picture emerges of a society that was deliberate, visionary, and deeply connected to its environment. These builders shaped the land, organized labor on a grand scale, and integrated their knowledge of astronomy, geometry, and social organization into structures that have endured for thousands of years. They leave behind not only physical remnants but questions that continue to challenge our assumptions about prehistoric America. Who were these people? How did they acquire such knowledge? And most importantly, why does their story remain largely untold? Exploring the Mississippi Valley is more than a journey into geography, it is an exploration of human potential, ingenuity, and memory. Each mound and embankment is a testament to vision and labor, a silent but eloquent declaration that ancient America was far more complex than previously acknowledged. The evidence cannot be ignored. The questions cannot be dismissed. And as we continue to uncover the scale and sophistication of these earthworks, one truth becomes unavoidable: the Mississippi Valley contains a record of human achievement that demands recognition, respect, and a profound re-evaluation of what prehistoric America truly was. The implications extend far beyond archaeology. If the Mississippi Valley could support societies capable of such monumental construction, then our understanding of history, human capability, and civilization itself must expand. These earthworks are not merely relics of the past, they are markers of a human story that has been lost, overlooked, or forgotten, a story waiting to be fully understood, reconstructed, and appreciated. They stand as silent witnesses to a time when humans on this continent were builders, planners, and visionaries, leaving behind a legacy that challenges everything we thought we knew about the ancient Americas. The Mississippi Valley is not merely a region of rivers and plains, it is a landscape of secrets, ingenuity, and human ambition. Every mound, ridge, and earthwork is a clue, and together they form a network of knowledge and achievement that demands our attention. To understand them is to confront the possibility that the history we have been taught is incomplete, and that ancient America was home to builders and planners whose vision continues to resonate across time. As we walk the valleys, measure the mounds, and trace the alignments, we are not just studying Earth, we are listening to the echoes of a civilization that existed long before our history books dared to imagine. Cahokia rises from the floodplains of the Mississippi like a city lost to time, an immense testament to human ambition and ingenuity that has remained largely unrecognized in popular imagination. At its height, around the 11th and 12th centuries, Cahokia was the largest urban center north of Mexico, home to tens of thousands of people, with structures, plazas, and mounds laid out in a precise, deliberate pattern that rivals anything in the Old World. The scale alone is staggering. Monk's Mound, the largest structure in Cahokia, rises over 100 feet high, with a base covering more than 14 acres. Constructed from millions of cubic feet of earth, it required a massive labor force working systematically over decades. And this is only one of more than 120 mounds scattered across the city, each serving a distinct function, whether ceremonial, residential, or political. The sheer complexity of the site challenges our assumptions about what prehistoric North American societies were capable of achieving. What makes Cahokia particularly remarkable is not just the size of its structures but their sophistication. The city exhibits an organized street grid, open plazas, and residential areas that suggest advanced urban planning. There is evidence of trade networks spanning hundreds of miles, with materials such as copper, chert, and shells originating from distant regions. Artifacts found at Cahokia reveal a society skilled in metallurgy, pottery, and tool-making, indicating specialized labor divisions and a complex economy. The placement of mounds demonstrates a deep understanding of space, geometry, and social organization, with some mounds serving as platforms for the elite or for ceremonial purposes, while others mark communal gathering spaces. This level of intentionality implies not only practical knowledge but also a shared cultural vision capable of coordinating large groups of people over extended periods. Astronomical alignment is another feature that sets Cahokia apart. Certain mounds and plazas correspond with solar events, such as solstices and equinoxes, suggesting the inhabitants had detailed knowledge of celestial cycles. These alignments were not incidental, they required careful observation, recording, and construction techniques that could translate the movements of the sun and moon into massive architectural designs. The evidence indicates that Cahokia's residents had a symbolic and possibly spiritual connection to the cosmos, integrating this understanding into the very fabric of their city. Such precision in observation and construction raises questions about the technological and intellectual capabilities of a society that, according to mainstream narratives, should have been relatively simple or primitive. The social structure of Cahokia appears to have been hierarchical, with clear distinctions between elites and commoners. Monk's Mound likely served as the residence or ceremonial platform for the city's ruler or ruling class, dominating the surrounding landscape and asserting authority over the inhabitants. Smaller mounds may have functioned as burial sites or platforms for public gatherings, reflecting a society organized around both power and community. The coordination required to construct and maintain such an urban center suggests leadership, governance, and social cohesion on a scale rarely attributed to pre-Columbian North America. Generations of laborers, craftsmen, and planners would have needed to work in concert, guided by a shared vision and social structure capable of sustaining large projects across decades. Cahokia's sudden rise and eventual decline also add to the mystery surrounding its builders. Archaeological evidence suggests the city grew rapidly, reaching its peak in population and influence in just a few centuries before gradually diminishing. Factors such as resource depletion, climate fluctuations, and social unrest may have contributed to its decline, but much remains uncertain. The disappearance of Cahokia as a dominant urban center illustrates that complex societies can emerge, flourish, and vanish, leaving behind monumental evidence yet little in the way of written records. This impermanence challenges our conventional understanding of history, which often emphasizes continuity, written documentation, and linear progression. In the case of Cahokia, the physical remnants tell a story that contradicts the assumption of prehistoric simplicity in North America. The city also reflects a sophisticated understanding of the surrounding environment. The location of Cahokia along the Mississippi River provided access to fertile soil, abundant water, and transportation routes. Yet the builders did more than simply exploit these resources, they shaped the landscape to suit their needs. Earth was moved to create leveled plazas, elevated mounds, and terraces that controlled drainage and reduced flood risks. Such manipulation demonstrates knowledge of civil engineering principles, environmental adaptation, and long-term urban planning. The integration of natural and constructed features suggests a society capable of harmonizing its built environment with ecological realities, a sophistication often overlooked in discussions of pre-Columbian North America. Trade and cultural exchange further indicate that Cahokia was not an isolated phenomenon. Materials and artifacts found at the site reveal connections to distant regions, including the Great Lakes, the Gulf Coast, and the Appalachian Mountains. These trade networks facilitated the movement of raw materials, finished goods, and possibly ideas, contributing to the city's complexity and cultural richness. Cahokia may have functioned as a central hub in a vast network of interdependent communities, challenging the notion that prehistoric America was comprised solely of isolated tribes and small settlements. The scale and reach of these connections suggest a level of sophistication that rivals contemporary urban centers in other parts of the world. Despite the evidence of its complexity, Cahokia has often been marginalized in historical narratives. Early European settlers encountered remnants of the city, but its significance was frequently underestimated or misunderstood. Over time, urban development, agriculture, and natural processes have altered or destroyed parts of the site, obscuring its original scale and design. Even today, the story of Cahokia is often presented as a footnote in textbooks, overshadowed by Old World civilizations. Yet those who study the site recognize that its achievements are nothing short of extraordinary. Cahokia represents an urban civilization capable of monumental construction, astronomical observation, trade, and social organization, all occurring centuries before European contact. The city also raises profound questions about the intellectual and cultural capabilities of its inhabitants. How did they conceptualize space, time, and social hierarchy? What knowledge did they possess that allowed them to align mounds with celestial events, organize labor on a massive scale, and maintain social cohesion? While much of the answer is lost to time, the physical evidence speaks volumes. The precision of construction, the scale of labor, and the complexity of urban planning indicate that these people were not merely surviving, they were building a sophisticated, organized, and visionary society. Cahokia's legacy challenges the conventional narrative that pre-Columbian North America was primarily composed of small, nomadic, or agrarian societies incapable of monumental construction. The city forces us to confront a reality in which advanced urban centers existed, demonstrating remarkable ingenuity, organization, and understanding of both the natural and celestial worlds. Its mounds, plazas, and trade networks testify to a civilization that, although largely forgotten, reshaped the land and left a lasting mark on human history. Exploring Cahokia is a journey into the unknown, an invitation to reconsider the limits of prehistoric human capability. Every mound, alignment, and artifact is a clue to a civilization that thrived, innovated, and communicated its vision across generations. In studying Cahokia, we are not merely uncovering the past, we are expanding our understanding of what humans have been capable of achieving throughout history. The city is both a monument to ingenuity and a challenge to conventional timelines, demanding that we reconsider what we know about ancient America and the civilizations that once flourished there. Ultimately, Cahokia is more than an archaeological site, it is a revelation. Its existence compels us to ask questions about human potential, the fragility of historical memory, and the stories that have been overlooked or forgotten. It is a place where scale, precision, and sophistication converge, leaving an undeniable impression that prehistoric societies in America were capable of complexity, vision, and achievement on a level that rivals some of the greatest civilizations in the world. To study Cahokia is to confront the possibility that our understanding of history is incomplete, and that the past of North America is far richer, more intricate, and more extraordinary than we have ever been led to believe. The geometry of ancient American earthworks is among the most compelling and puzzling aspects of prehistoric engineering. Unlike simple mounds or rudimentary constructions, many of these structures reveal an understanding of mathematical principles that would be impressive even in societies traditionally considered more technologically advanced. Across the continent, from the Ohio River Valley to the Mississippi floodplains, earthworks are laid out in perfect circles, squares, octagons, and other complex geometric forms. These patterns are not haphazard, they reflect deliberate design choices that imply knowledge of measurement, proportion, and symmetry. The scale and precision are staggering, suggesting that the people who built them possessed both the intellectual tools and the organizational capacity to execute designs over large areas. Consider the octagon earthwork in Newark, Ohio. Spanning nearly 1,400 feet in diameter, it forms one of the largest geometric constructions in the ancient Americas. Its perfectly circular shape, connected to a series of walls and avenues, aligns precisely with astronomical events, including the lunar cycle. Achieving such precision would have required careful observation, planning, and a shared system of measurement. Yet this construction predates European contact by centuries, challenging assumptions that indigenous societies were incapable of complex surveying or geometric design. Similar patterns appear across other sites, reinforcing the idea that advanced knowledge of geometry was not isolated but widespread. These geometric forms were not merely aesthetic, they carried cultural, social, and possibly spiritual significance. Circles, for instance, often mark ceremonial spaces or enclosures for communal gatherings. Squares and octagons may have denoted boundaries, sacred areas, or hierarchical divisions within a community. The alignment of these structures with celestial events, such as solstices or lunar standstills, suggests that the builders incorporated their understanding of the cosmos into urban and ceremonial planning. This integration of geometry with astronomy demonstrates a level of abstract thinking that exceeds simple practical needs, revealing societies capable of sophisticated symbolic thought. The precision of these geometric constructions also raises questions about the tools and methods used by prehistoric builders. Modern engineers would rely on instruments like compasses, theodolites, or laser surveying equipment to achieve comparable accuracy. Yet there is no evidence that such tools existed in pre-Columbian North America. How, then, were these enormous structures measured, aligned, and executed with such exactness? Some researchers propose methods involving ropes, stakes, and sight lines, but the level of accuracy achieved still exceeds what many experts would expect from societies presumed to be technologically simple. The implication is that these builders had developed practical, highly effective systems for translating abstract geometric concepts into large-scale construction projects. The repetition of certain geometric patterns across vast distances suggests that knowledge of geometry was not confined to a single site or culture. From the Newark earthworks in Ohio to the mound complexes in the Mississippi Valley, similar forms appear, indicating a shared understanding of spatial relationships and measurement. This raises intriguing possibilities. Was there a widespread tradition of geometric knowledge passed through generations, or did multiple communities independently develop these techniques? Either scenario challenges the narrative of isolated, primitive societies and points instead to sophisticated intellectual networks capable of coordinating complex construction efforts. Geometry also played a practical role in these ancient structures. Circular mounds, for instance, are not only visually striking but structurally stable, distributing weight evenly across the base and minimizing erosion. Squares and rectangular layouts may have facilitated social organization, defining specific zones for ceremonial, residential, or administrative purposes. Octagonal and polygonal forms could have enhanced visibility and orientation across large complexes, allowing inhabitants to navigate the landscape efficiently. These practical benefits suggest that geometric knowledge was applied not only for symbolic or ritual purposes but also for functional problem solving, reflecting an advanced understanding of both form and utility. Astronomical alignment and geometric precision often intersect in these sites, creating structures that operate as both functional spaces and cosmological instruments. The octagon earthwork, for example, is aligned with the 18,6-year lunar cycle, demonstrating that its builders could observe, calculate, and incorporate long-term celestial patterns into their constructions. This alignment would have required careful record-keeping and knowledge of seasonal changes over decades, implying an advanced system of observation and knowledge transfer. In essence, geometry became a tool for understanding time, celestial events, and their significance to human activity, a fusion of mathematics, astronomy, and cultural practice that is rarely acknowledged in mainstream accounts of prehistoric America. The implications of geometric sophistication extend beyond individual sites. When viewed collectively, these constructions suggest a continent-wide appreciation for abstract principles applied to human and natural landscapes. Mounds, enclosures, and ceremonial complexes were positioned not only for local utility but also in relation to other sites, forming networks that may have facilitated social, religious, or political cohesion. The deliberate arrangement of space across such distances indicates a cognitive and cultural capacity for large-scale planning that is rarely credited to prehistoric North American societies. It is as if these communities were simultaneously architects, mathematicians, and astronomers, using geometry to order the world around them. The social dimension of geometric knowledge is equally important. Coordinating the construction of massive, precisely aligned structures required collaboration, leadership, and shared understanding. Large labor forces had to be mobilized, tasks divided, and progress monitored over extended periods, sometimes spanning decades. The presence of standardized forms and repeated geometric motifs across multiple sites implies cultural transmission. Younger generations were taught the principles of construction, measurement, and alignment, ensuring continuity of knowledge. This reflects a level of societal complexity that encompasses education, governance, and technical specialization, elements not typically associated with prehistoric North America in conventional historical accounts. Artifacts found near geometric earthworks further illuminate the intellectual environment of these societies. Stone tools, clay figurines, and ceremonial objects reveal attention to detail, craftsmanship, and symbolic thinking, reinforcing the idea that geometric principles were integrated into cultural expression. The act of constructing precise geometric forms was itself likely a form of cultural communication, conveying ideas about cosmology, social hierarchy, and communal identity. Geometry, in this sense, was not merely a mathematical exercise, it was a medium through which knowledge, belief, and societal order were expressed and reinforced. Yet the question remains, why has this evidence of sophisticated geometric knowledge been largely marginalized in mainstream historical narratives? Part of the answer lies in assumptions about technological progression. Many scholars have presumed that complex mathematics, surveying, and astronomy could only develop in the Old World and only after the invention of writing and formalized science. When confronted with geometric earthworks in America that predate European contact, the inclination has often been to dismiss or minimize them as coincidental, ritualistic, or anomalous. This bias obscures a fundamental truth: prehistoric societies in North America were capable of abstract reasoning, precise measurement, and coordinated construction on a monumental scale. Modern technology is beginning to validate these observations in ways previously impossible. Aerial photography, satellite imagery, and LiDAR scanning reveal patterns that cannot be discerned from the ground, confirming that many geometric arrangements extend across vast landscapes. These tools demonstrate that prehistoric Americans understood relationships between structures, topography, and celestial events, creating coherent, large-scale designs that required both vision and technical skill. The more researchers study these patterns, the more evident it becomes that geometry was central to the organization of space, culture, and knowledge in ancient societies. Ultimately, the geometry embedded in America's prehistoric earthworks forces a re-evaluation of what was thought possible for ancient societies. It suggests a cognitive and cultural sophistication that challenges long-held assumptions, revealing communities capable of integrating mathematics, astronomy, architecture, and social organization into monumental constructions. These structures are not random, they are deliberate expressions of knowledge, power, and belief. Each mound, circle, and polygon is a testament to human ingenuity, a marker of a civilization whose intellectual and technical achievements continue to astonish modern observers. As we continue to explore these sites, one reality becomes increasingly clear: the people who shaped this land were not primitive. They were visionaries, mathematicians, and planners who understood space and form in ways that still resonate across centuries. Their geometric creations are more than artifacts, they are a legacy of intellect and creativity, a reminder that prehistoric America was a place of order, design, and extraordinary human achievement. These structures demand recognition not only for their physical presence but for the profound intellectual and cultural sophistication they represent, a sophistication that forces us to reconsider everything we think we know about the continent's ancient past. The Serpent Mound in Ohio is one of the most enigmatic and visually striking of North America's prehistoric earthworks, a sinuous structure that winds its way across the landscape like a living creature frozen in time. Stretching over 1,300 feet, this massive mound depicts a serpent, complete with a coiled tail and an undulating body, its head apparently aligned to mark the summer solstice sunset. For centuries, it has captivated archaeologists, historians, and the public alike, challenging conventional ideas about the technological and cultural capabilities of the societies that built it. The Serpent Mound is not merely an artistic statement, it is a sophisticated integration of geometry, astronomy, and engineering, constructed with precision that continues to defy explanation. Its purpose, origin, and creators remain subjects of intense debate, making it one of the most compelling examples of prehistoric ingenuity in the Americas. Archaeological investigations indicate that the Serpent Mound was built in multiple phases, possibly over several centuries, though dating remains contentious. Some studies suggest construction around 1000 BCE, predating many other known mound-building cultures in North America, while others argue for a later date of around 1070 CE, associating it with the Fort Ancient culture. Regardless of the exact timeline, the mound's scale and complexity are undeniable. The coiled tail, the curving body, and the flared head demonstrate deliberate planning and design. The builders would have needed to survey the land, measure distances accurately, and maintain consistent proportions across a structure that spans several football fields. The engineering required to achieve such continuity over uneven terrain suggests a level of technical and intellectual sophistication far beyond what conventional narratives attribute to the region's prehistoric inhabitants. The astronomical significance of the Serpent Mound further amplifies its mystery. Its head appears to align with the sunset on the summer solstice, while certain curves along the body correspond to lunar events, such as the extreme positions of the moon over its 18-6-year cycle. These alignments are unlikely to be accidental, requiring careful observation and long-term record-keeping by the builders. To achieve this, prehistoric societies would have had to track the sun, moon, and stars over decades, translating these observations into a fixed, monumental form. The integration of celestial knowledge into a single earthwork demonstrates a level of abstract thinking and symbolic reasoning that rivals ancient cultures elsewhere in the world. It suggests that the mound was not only a physical construction but a cosmological statement, embodying the interplay between the land, the sky, and human experience. Beyond its geometric and astronomical precision, the Serpent Mound raises profound questions about the society that constructed it. Mobilizing the labor required to move tens of thousands of cubic feet of earth demanded social organization, leadership, and shared cultural purpose. These were not ad hoc projects carried out by small groups of people, they required coordination across generations, knowledge transmission, and a collective understanding of design principles. The presence of such sophisticated social structures indicates a complexity often overlooked in discussions of prehistoric North American societies. The builders were capable not only of monumental engineering but of sustaining a culture that valued long-term planning, communal effort, and symbolic expression. The serpent itself carries symbolic and possibly spiritual significance. In many indigenous cultures, serpents represent fertility, transformation, and connection to the underworld or the spiritual realm. The winding, undulating form of the mound could reflect these beliefs, serving as a ceremonial or ritualistic space where the community engaged with cosmological ideas. The integration of natural symbolism into large-scale construction suggests that the builders had a rich cultural and spiritual life, in which architecture, landscape, and myth intertwined. In this sense, the serpent mound was not merely a monument, it was a cultural statement, a manifestation of identity, belief, and social cohesion. Excavations and studies of the surrounding area reveal additional layers of complexity. Artifacts, burial sites, and other earthworks in proximity suggest that the serpent mound was part of a larger network of ceremonial and communal structures. This indicates that it functioned within a broader cultural landscape, connected to other sites of significance, and integrated into the daily, social, and spiritual life of the people who built it. The mound was neither isolated nor incidental, it was a central element in a carefully orchestrated cultural environment. Such integration underscores the sophistication of the society and raises questions about the scope of knowledge, organization, and communication among prehistoric communities in the region. Despite its significance, the serpent mound has often been marginalized or misunderstood in mainstream historical narratives. Early European settlers who encountered the mound often dismissed it as a curiosity or attributed it to mythical, lost races. For decades, archaeologists debated its origin, function, and age, with interpretations shaped by prevailing assumptions about the supposed primitiveness of indigenous societies. Only in recent decades, with advances in technology and methodology, has the mound been more accurately analyzed, revealing the true complexity of its design and the remarkable capabilities of its builders. Modern techniques, such as ground-penetrating radar and LiDAR, have uncovered details previously invisible, confirming precise construction methods, alignments, and the careful layering of earth that characterizes the structure. The engineering of the serpent mound is also noteworthy. Constructed entirely from earth, it maintains its shape despite centuries of exposure to the elements. The builders would have understood how to compact soil, create stable slopes, and shape the contours to resist erosion, demonstrating practical knowledge of materials and construction techniques. This level of engineering suggests that prehistoric societies in North America had developed sophisticated empirical knowledge of physics, materials science, and construction long before contact with Europeans introduced written science. The mound's survival across centuries is a testament to the ingenuity and skill of its creators. The serpent mound also invites reflection on the broader implications for our understanding of prehistoric America. Its existence challenges the conventional narrative of isolated, primitive societies, revealing a culture capable of monumental construction, astronomical observation, social organization, and symbolic thought. It forces a reconsideration of the timelines and assumptions that have dominated American archaeology, highlighting the intellectual and cultural sophistication that has often been overlooked. The mound is a silent but eloquent reminder that prehistoric societies were not simple or unsophisticated, they were capable of creativity, planning, and achievement on a scale that continues to astonish modern observers. Furthermore, the serpent mound illustrates the fragility of historical memory. Many prehistoric sites across North America have been destroyed or altered by development, agriculture, and neglect, erasing physical evidence of remarkable societies. The survival of the serpent mound is, in part, a stroke of luck, allowing us a glimpse into a past that is otherwise fragmented and obscured. Its preservation underscores the importance of protecting, studying, and respecting these ancient structures, not merely as curiosities but as crucial windows into the intellectual, cultural, and spiritual life of prehistoric peoples. In reflecting on the serpent mound, one cannot help but marvel at the convergence of artistry, science, and social organization it represents. Every curve, every alignment, every carefully measured slope speaks to a society that understood its environment, its cosmos, and its own potential. The mound is a testament to human vision, patience, and collective effort, a manifestation of ideas made permanent in earth and stone. It invites us to reconsider what we believe about prehistoric North America, urging us to recognize that sophistication, ingenuity, and monumental achievement existed long before the written records of European colonizers arrived on the continent. The Serpent Mound stands not only as a historical artifact but as a symbol of the unknown and the unexplained, a reminder that human history is far more complex than the simplified narratives often taught in schools. It challenges us to look beyond assumptions, to question what we think we know, and to embrace the mysteries embedded in the landscapes of our past. In studying the mound, we engage not only with archaeology but with the broader questions of human capability, ingenuity, and the enduring power of culture and belief. It is a structure that continues to provoke wonder, inspire inquiry, and expand our understanding of the ancient world. Ultimately, the Serpent Mound embodies the paradox of prehistoric America, monumental, precise, and sophisticated, yet largely hidden from mainstream awareness. Its creators demonstrated mastery of construction, geometry, and astronomy, leaving behind a structure that communicates across millennia. The mound challenges conventional timelines, defies easy explanation, and invites us to reconsider the capabilities of the people who inhabited this continent long before recorded history. To study it is to confront the extraordinary potential of human societies, to appreciate the intersection of intellect, culture, and landscape, and to acknowledge that much of our prehistoric past remains waiting to be discovered, understood, and celebrated. The mystery of ancient stone chambers in New England presents another layer of complexity in understanding prehistoric America, a puzzle that has both fascinated and confounded researchers for centuries. Scattered across the hills and forests of Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island are hundreds of stone structures, often small and seemingly simple at first glance, but revealing extraordinary sophistication upon closer examination. Many of these chambers are carefully corbelled, with stones stacked to create enclosed spaces capable of supporting weight above without collapsing. Some feature precise alignments with solar events, such as the rising or setting sun at solstices, while others are oriented to notable topographical features, such as rivers, valleys, or mountain peaks. Unlike mound structures in the Midwest or the South, these chambers are built primarily from stone, yet they demonstrate an equally profound understanding of engineering, geometry, and environmental adaptation. Archaeologists have long debated the origin and purpose of these stone chambers. Mainstream interpretations often classify them as colonial root cellars, animal shelters, or small agricultural structures, dismissing their alignment and construction methods as coincidental or irrelevant. Yet upon close inspection, many chambers reveal features that suggest ceremonial, astronomical, or cultural significance rather than purely functional intent. For example, corbelled ceilings demonstrate knowledge of weight distribution, while carefully fitted stone slabs indicate deliberate selection and placement, often requiring considerable labor. The chambers are frequently arranged in clusters or sequences that suggest planning, cultural coherence, or ritual pathways, pointing to an intentionality that exceeds the requirements of mere storage or shelter. The astronomical orientation of these stone chambers adds a striking dimension to their mystery. Numerous sites appear aligned with solar and lunar cycles, creating corridors of light that illuminate interior spaces at specific times of the year, most commonly the winter or summer solstice. Such precision requires careful observation of the sky over extended periods, as well as the ability to translate celestial knowledge into architectural design. The builders of these chambers demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of time, seasonality, and cosmic patterns, integrating this knowledge into structures that would endure for centuries. These alignments suggest that the chambers were not simply practical constructions but tools for tracking celestial events, conducting ceremonies, or linking the community to cycles of nature and the cosmos. The construction techniques themselves are remarkable. Stones are often quarried from local sources, yet shaped and fitted in ways that maximize stability and longevity. Corbelled arches, lintels, and carefully leveled floors indicate knowledge of weight distribution and mechanical principles, while the positioning of openings and passages demonstrates consideration of light, ventilation, and accessibility. In many cases, chambers are built partially below ground, providing insulation and stability, while simultaneously creating a sense of enclosure or sacred space. These design choices indicate that the builders were not only technically skilled but also deeply attuned to the interplay between function, environment, and symbolism. Another aspect that makes these chambers extraordinary is the apparent labor and planning required to construct them. Unlike a simple stack of rocks, these chambers required coordinated effort, knowledge transfer, and an understanding of structural principles. Stones had to be selected, transported, and positioned with precision, often in difficult terrain. The scale of effort suggests that the construction of a single chamber was a communal endeavor, requiring leadership, organization, and cultural motivation. Furthermore, the repeated appearance of these chambers across a broad geographic area implies that knowledge of construction techniques was shared or transmitted over generations, pointing to a widespread cultural tradition rather than isolated experiments. The purpose of these stone chambers remains a matter of speculation, but several patterns emerge. Some chambers contain evidence of ceremonial activity, such as fire pits, artifacts, or arrangements suggestive of ritual practice. Others appear to function as observational tools, designed to mark specific solar or lunar events, suggesting an early form of archaeoastronomy. Yet others may have served as burial spaces or as points of communal gathering. The combination of ceremonial, astronomical, and practical elements indicates a culture that integrated multiple dimensions of life, spiritual, social, and environmental, into its built environment. These chambers reflect a worldview in which the physical, celestial, and social spheres were interconnected, each influencing the design and placement of structures. The distribution of stone chambers in New England is also notable. They are frequently located on elevated terrain, near water sources, or along natural ridges, suggesting careful site selection that balances visibility, accessibility, and environmental factors. The repetition of specific forms and orientations across multiple sites implies standardized principles of construction and perhaps shared cultural or spiritual beliefs. In this way, the chambers are not merely isolated anomalies but part of a broader network of structures that reveal both technical knowledge and a cohesive cultural vision. The ability to plan and execute such structures across diverse landscapes speaks to an advanced understanding of geography, materials, and societal coordination. The chambers also challenge conventional timelines of prehistoric technological capability. Corbelled construction, astronomical alignment, and landscape integration suggest skills and knowledge typically associated with Old World civilizations, yet these structures predate or exist independently of known European influence. This raises fundamental questions about the intellectual achievements of prehistoric American societies and the possibility that complex knowledge of engineering, mathematics, and astronomy developed independently in North America. Such realization forces a reconsideration of assumptions about technological diffusion, human ingenuity, and the scope of prehistoric achievement on the continent. Despite their significance, stone chambers have often been marginalized or dismissed in historical and archaeological narratives. Many chambers were ignored, destroyed, or misattributed to later colonial activity, while their intricate design and celestial alignments were overlooked. For decades, researchers focused primarily on mound-building cultures, neglecting the unique contributions of northeastern societies. Only in recent decades, with the advent of aerial surveys, ground-penetrating radar, and precise mapping, has the scale, pattern, and sophistication of these chambers been appreciated. The growing body of research suggests that these structures were far more than rudimentary shelters, they were expressions of a complex culture capable of engineering, planning, and abstract thought. The mystery deepens when considering the cultural continuity these chambers imply. They represent not isolated acts of construction but part of an enduring tradition of architecture, astronomy, and ceremonial life. Generations of builders would have had to transmit knowledge accurately, ensuring that designs, alignments, and construction techniques were preserved over centuries. This indicates a sophisticated educational and social system capable of sustaining specialized knowledge, a level of societal complexity often unrecognized in conventional histories of pre-Columbian North America. The chambers are therefore not only monuments to engineering skill but also to cultural memory, learning, and the transmission of knowledge. Examining these stone chambers in the broader context of prehistoric America suggests that the Northeast was a region of innovation and intellectual achievement. The integration of engineering, astronomy, and symbolism in a landscape that appears deceptively simple underscores the depth of prehistoric knowledge. When combined with the monumental mounds of the Midwest, the urban sophistication of Cahokia, and the geometric precision of Ohio's earthworks, a pattern emerges, a continent populated by cultures capable of advanced construction, observation, and planning. These stone chambers, modest in scale compared to monumental mounds, nevertheless demonstrate mastery of materials, spatial reasoning, and cultural expression, forming a crucial piece of the puzzle in understanding the full scope of prehistoric ingenuity. Ultimately, the stone chambers of New England force a re-evaluation of what is possible in prehistoric North America. They reveal societies that understood geometry, astronomy, engineering, and cultural symbolism, integrating these elements into enduring structures. The chambers challenge assumptions about technological simplicity, cultural isolation, and intellectual limitation, demonstrating that complex knowledge existed far earlier and more widely than commonly acknowledged. Each chamber is a silent testament to human ingenuity, a marker of cultural sophistication, and a window into a worldview in which architecture, cosmos, and community were intimately connected. As we trace these chambers across the landscape, a larger story begins to emerge. Prehistoric North America was not a patchwork of isolated, primitive groups, it was a continent where knowledge, labor, and culture were mobilized to create structures that endured for millennia. These chambers are not merely functional spaces, they are deliberate, thoughtful, and meaningful constructions that speak to the intelligence, ambition, and vision of the people who built them. They compel us to reconsider assumptions, question historical narratives, and acknowledge the sophistication of cultures that have too often been dismissed. The stone chambers are more than remnants of a distant past, they are evidence of human capability, creativity, and intentionality. They challenge us to see prehistoric America as a place of knowledge, organization, and design, where societies engaged with their environment, the cosmos, and each other in ways that continue to astonish and inspire. In their stones, alignments, and enduring presence, these chambers demand recognition as monuments not only of construction but of thought, culture, and vision, a reminder that the story of North America's ancient past is far richer and more complex than we have been led to believe. The ancient copper mines of the Great Lakes region represent one of the most astonishing yet often overlooked achievements of prehistoric North America, offering a glimpse into a world where early societies possessed technological knowledge and resource management skills that rivaled civilizations half a world away. Long before Europeans arrived, indigenous communities in the area were extracting massive quantities of native copper, shaping it into tools, ornaments, and ceremonial objects that spread across the continent through complex trade networks. The scale of these operations is staggering. Archaeologists have identified mines with extensive pits and trenches, some extending hundreds of feet into the earth, where workers removed enormous quantities of raw material using only stone, bone, and wooden tools. The physical labor alone would have required extraordinary coordination, planning, and understanding of the material, yet the complexity of these mining operations is just the beginning of the story. What makes the Great Lakes copper mines particularly remarkable is the sophistication of the extraction and refinement processes. Unlike simple surface gathering, prehistoric miners dug deep into veins of native copper, creating shafts, ramps, and terraces to reach the purest deposits. The miners understood the properties of the metal, selecting and shaping it in ways that maximized utility and efficiency. Tools and implements were carefully crafted to chisel, pry, and shape the copper without modern technology. This level of technological knowledge, applied without metal implements beyond copper itself, demonstrates a deep understanding of materials science and engineering principles. The miners were not merely collecting resources, they were engaging in a deliberate process of extraction, refinement, and distribution that required foresight, skill, and expertise. The artifacts produced from Great Lakes copper are equally impressive. Early indigenous societies transformed the raw material into an astonishing variety of tools and objects, axes, knives, spear points, jewelry, and ceremonial items. Many of these artifacts display craftsmanship that suggests not only practical skill but aesthetic sensibility, as finely polished surfaces, symmetrical forms, and intricate designs are common. Some items were standardized in shape and size, hinting at production systems capable of meeting both functional and symbolic needs. This dual focus on utility and artistry reveals a culture that valued both technical skill and expression, integrating resource extraction, craftsmanship, and cultural identity into a unified system of production. Trade and distribution of copper across the continent further underscore the complexity of these prehistoric societies. Artifacts made from Lake Superior copper have been found hundreds, even thousands, of miles from the source, in regions as far south as the Mississippi Valley and the Gulf Coast. Such widespread dissemination implies the existence of sophisticated trade networks and long-distance communication, allowing knowledge, goods, and cultural practices to flow across vast areas. The Great Lakes copper mines were not isolated operations but hubs of economic and cultural exchange, connecting disparate communities in ways that modern observers often underestimate. The movement of these materials across such distances also suggests social organization capable of managing production, distribution, and demand, an early form of economic system that challenges assumptions about the simplicity of prehistoric societies. The mining process itself required extraordinary labor coordination. Workers had to locate copper deposits, extract the material efficiently, transport heavy raw ore across difficult terrain, and refine it for practical use. Given the size of some of these operations, entire communities may have been involved in supporting mining efforts, including organizing food, housing, and logistics for laborers. The sustained nature of these projects implies planning over months, years, or even decades, highlighting the social and organizational sophistication of the societies involved. These were not casual or short-term endeavors, they were large-scale industrial operations executed with precision and foresight, reflecting both technological knowledge and social cohesion. Environmental adaptation played a crucial role in these mining efforts. Indigenous miners understood the geography of the Great Lakes region, identifying natural outcrops and working in areas where water and terrain could facilitate extraction and transport. They modified the landscape carefully, creating terraces and channels to manage water flow, prevent collapses, and maximize safety. This demonstrates not only technical skill but also an empirical understanding of geology and environmental engineering. The Great Lakes copper miners were not simply exploiting natural resources, they were transforming the landscape intelligently, shaping the earth in ways that allowed them to access, process, and utilize one of the continent's most valuable materials. The spiritual and cultural dimensions of copper cannot be overlooked. Many of the artifacts and tools created from Lake Superior copper appear to hold symbolic or ceremonial significance, suggesting that mining was not solely an economic or practical activity. Copper objects were often used in rituals, burials, or as status symbols, indicating that the material had intrinsic cultural and spiritual value. This integration of material wealth with symbolic meaning suggests a sophisticated worldview in which natural resources were closely linked to social structure, belief systems, and cultural identity. Mining, crafting, and ceremonial use formed a continuous cultural process, embedding knowledge, skill, and meaning into the very objects that shaped society. Technological sophistication in prehistoric copper mining also challenges conventional timelines of metallurgical knowledge. Many textbooks imply that advanced metalworking arrived in North America only with European contact, yet the Great Lakes mines predate this by centuries, if not millennia. Miners were extracting, shaping, and utilizing copper in ways that required both understanding and ingenuity, demonstrating independent technological innovation. The ability to manipulate metal, produce functional tools, and distribute artifacts widely reflects both cognitive complexity and practical expertise, placing these societies firmly in the realm of advanced prehistoric civilizations. The scale of the Great Lakes copper network also raises intriguing questions about cultural connectivity. How did knowledge of mining techniques, or locations, and crafting methods spread across regions? What systems of communication, apprenticeship, and knowledge transmission allowed these skills to persist over generations? The answer likely involves both social structures and shared cultural practices, with information passed orally, experientially, and perhaps through symbolic systems embedded in artifacts and construction methods. This transmission of technical and cultural knowledge highlights the sophistication of prehistoric societies, demonstrating that advanced skills and organizational capacity were not isolated achievements but part of a broader cultural tradition. Modern research continues to uncover the depth of these mining operations. Archaeologists and geologists have mapped extensive networks of pits, trenches, and mining landscapes, revealing patterns that indicate systematic, large-scale extraction rather than ad hoc scavenging. Advanced techniques, such as soil analysis and artifact provenance studies, confirm that Lake Superior copper was processed and transported over long distances, supporting the idea of structured trade and communication. Every excavation and analysis provides further evidence that prehistoric societies in North America possess technological and organizational capabilities that rival contemporary civilizations elsewhere in the world. The implications of these findings are profound. The Great Lakes copper mines reveal that prehistoric North America was a continent of innovation, labor coordination, and technological sophistication. They challenged narratives of primitive societies and isolated communities, instead showing that early humans were capable of large-scale engineering, resource management, and cultural integration. Mining, crafting, and trade were interconnected activities, forming a foundation for economic, social, and spiritual life. These achievements suggest that prehistoric societies were not merely surviving, they were thriving, creating infrastructure, networks, and technologies that supported complex, enduring communities. Ultimately, the copper mines of the Great Lakes region are more than historical curiosities, they are evidence of human ingenuity, foresight, and organization on a continental scale. They demonstrate that societies long before European contact possessed advanced knowledge of metallurgy, engineering, and resource management. They also reveal a cultural depth in which labor, craft, trade, and spirituality were intertwined. Each pit, trench, and artifact is a testament to a society that transformed both landscape and culture, leaving behind a legacy of skill, vision, and complexity. The Great Lakes copper mines challenge our assumptions, expand our understanding of prehistoric capability, and remind us that North America's ancient past is far richer and more sophisticated than commonly acknowledged. Exploring these mines, one is struck not only by their scale but by their implications. These were societies capable of strategic planning, long-term organization, and technological innovation that shaped human life across the continent. They compel us to reconsider the nature of prehistoric achievement and recognize that the story of North America's ancient peoples is one of ingenuity, resilience, and remarkable accomplishment. In the copper veins of the Great Lakes, we find proof that prehistoric societies were architects of their own destinies, leaving an enduring mark that continues to challenge, inspire, and astonish modern observers. The Great Serpent and other effigy mounds scattered across North America extend far beyond Ohio, appearing in regions from Wisconsin and Iowa to the plains of Illinois and even into parts of the Southeast. These mounds, shaped like animals, serpents, birds, and other creatures, present one of the most visually arresting and culturally perplexing aspects of prehistoric North America. Unlike simple burial mounds or conical earthworks, effigy mounds are deliberate, representational structures, embodying animals and sometimes abstract forms with precision and intent. Their scale is awe-inspiring, some stretch hundreds of feet, with curves and coils that follow the contours of hills, valleys, and waterways. The level of planning required to execute such designs, often without written plans, surveying instruments, or modern technology, suggests not only practical skill but also symbolic or ritual purpose, integrating human activity with the natural and cosmic world. Effigy mounds are often associated with ceremonial and spiritual practices. Indigenous cultures of the region have long attributed symbolic meanings to the animals represented, with serpents, for example, often connected to water, fertility, or transformation. Birds may represent spiritual messengers, while other creatures symbolize cosmological forces or clan identities. The orientation of effigy mounds frequently aligns with cardinal points or celestial events such as solstices and equinoxes, indicating that the builders were deeply attuned to astronomical cycles. This dual function, as both representation and alignment, demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of geometry, astronomy, and symbolic expression. These structures were not arbitrary, they were deliberate, meaningful constructions designed to embed culture, knowledge, and belief into the landscape itself. The precision of effigy mounds is particularly striking. To create a recognizable animal shape over hundreds of feet, builders would have needed to survey distances, measure proportions, and coordinate large teams of workers to maintain accuracy. This implies systems of communication and shared knowledge, as well as the ability to translate abstract ideas into physical forms on a monumental scale. Curves, coils, and geometric proportions were maintained across uneven terrain, a feat that would challenge modern engineers without aerial perspective. Some researchers suggest that builders may have used grids, ropes, and sightlines to achieve the desired effect, but the level of sophistication in the final construction is undeniable. It represents a combination of artistic vision, technical skill, and practical ingenuity that challenges conventional assumptions about prehistoric societies in North America. In addition to their symbolic and geometric significance, effigy mounds were often part of larger ceremonial complexes. Many are situated near confluences of rivers, elevated ridges, or other prominent landscape features, suggesting careful site selection. Clusters of mounds appear to form ceremonial centers or gathering places, where rituals, trade, and communal activity may have taken place. These sites reflect both social and spiritual organization, indicating that the construction of effigy mounds required coordination, leadership, and cultural cohesion. They were not isolated projects but part of a broader cultural landscape, integrating architecture, ritual, and environmental understanding. Effigy mounds also illustrate the interplay between prehistoric art and engineering. The creators were not merely representing animals, they were embedding them into the land in ways that could withstand time, weather, and erosion. Soil selection, layering, and compaction were carefully managed to preserve shape and stability. The mound's placement often maximizes visibility from surrounding areas, creating a landscape that communicates meaning both to participants in ceremonies and to future generations. In this way, effigy mounds function as both monuments and messages, expressing complex cultural, spiritual, and environmental knowledge in a tangible, enduring form. The widespread distribution of effigy mounds suggests that this knowledge was shared across regions and communities. From Wisconsin's famed bear effigy mounds to serpentine forms along the Mississippi, similar construction techniques and symbolic motifs appear repeatedly, pointing to a continuum of cultural knowledge and practice. This suggests the existence of communication networks, shared traditions, and perhaps itinerant builders or educators who transmitted technical and symbolic knowledge across generations. The replication of form and function across vast distances challenges assumptions about isolated tribal activity, revealing a continent rich in interconnected cultural and intellectual activity. The astronomical significance of effigy mounds cannot be overstated. Some serpentine mounds align precisely with the summer or winter solstice, while others correspond with lunar standstills or specific stellar events. Achieving such alignments required long-term observation, precise measurement, and an understanding of celestial patterns over decades. This integration of astronomical knowledge into monumental construction demonstrates that prehistoric Americans possessed not only practical and artistic skills but also complex cognitive abilities to observe, calculate, and encode cosmic cycles into enduring structures. The mounds functioned as calendars, ceremonial markers, and symbolic representations all at once, reflecting a sophisticated worldview in which humans were intimately connected to the rhythms of the cosmos. The labor and organization required to build effigy mounds were extraordinary. Moving tons of earth, shaping it into precise forms, and maintaining consistent alignment would have required coordinated teams, tools, and planning. This suggests a social system capable of mobilizing labor, transmitting construction knowledge, and sustaining projects over extended periods. Generations may have participated in the creation, enhancement, or maintenance of these structures, embedding cultural memory and expertise into the landscape. The effort invested in each mound speaks to its importance, whether spiritual, ceremonial, or communal, reflecting a society that valued knowledge, collaboration, and symbolic expression on a grand scale. The effigy mounds of North America are also culturally resilient. While European colonization, agriculture, and development destroyed or altered many sites, enough survived to demonstrate the intentionality, artistry, and technical sophistication of their creators. Archaeologists, historians, and indigenous communities continue to study, preserve, and interpret these mounds, revealing insights into social organization, ritual practice, and technical capability. Modern technologies, including aerial surveys, LiDAR, and geophysical analysis, allow us to map patterns, uncover hidden alignments, and reconstruct aspects of the original landscape, further highlighting the ingenuity and foresight of prehistoric builders. Effigy mounds challenge conventional narratives about prehistoric North America. Their complexity, scale, and precision indicate societies that were intellectually and culturally sophisticated, capable of integrating art, astronomy, engineering, and social organization into enduring structures. They demonstrate that prehistoric Americans were not simply surviving, they were creating meaning, expressing identity, and coordinating monumental projects that required advanced knowledge and foresight. In doing so, these mounds compel us to reconsider assumptions about technological and cognitive development in North America long before European contact. Ultimately, effigy mounds are more than archaeological curiosities, they are enduring testaments to human creativity, knowledge, and social cohesion. They reveal societies capable of organizing labor, observing the cosmos, and translating abstract ideas into monumental form. They remind us that prehistoric North America was a continent of innovation, artistry, and intellectual achievement, with communities that understood geometry, astronomy, and cultural symbolism in ways that continue to astonish modern observers. Each mound, whether a serpent, bear, or bird, is a bridge across time, connecting us to the vision, skill, and spirituality of the people who shaped the landscape thousands of years ago. The study of effigy mounds offers a profound lesson, that human ingenuity and cultural expression are not bound by written history or recognized civilization. Even without textual records, these societies communicated knowledge, meaning, and belief through monumental architecture, leaving a legacy that transcends time. Their creations invite awe, curiosity, and reflection, challenging us to see prehistoric North America as a place of sophistication, innovation, and vision. In the curves, coils, and forms of these effigy mounds, we find evidence of an advanced understanding of the world, an enduring connection to nature and the cosmos, and a profound expression of human creativity that continues to resonate millennia after it was first shaped into the earth. The mysteries of the Amazonian geoglyphs open a window into a world long hidden beneath the dense canopy of the rainforest, a civilization whose monumental constructions challenge assumptions about the sophistication of prehistoric societies in the Americas. For centuries, explorers and scientists believed the Amazon was an untouched wilderness, a region too hostile or infertile to support complex human settlements. Yet aerial photography, LiDAR scanning, and careful archaeological investigation have revealed a startling reality: geometric earthworks, massive plazas, and intricate patterns carved into the landscape by indigenous peoples thousands of years ago. These geoglyphs, often invisible from the ground, form circles, squares, lines, and even abstract shapes that span hundreds of meters, testifying to a civilization capable of monumental planning, construction, and coordination over vast areas. The scale of these geoglyphs is extraordinary. Some of the largest circles exceed 300 meters in diameter, connected by roads or causeways that suggest carefully orchestrated design and long-term planning. The precise layouts indicate knowledge of geometry and spatial organization, demonstrating that these communities were not only building for practical purposes but also embedding meaning and social structure into the landscape. The creation of these geoglyphs required moving vast amounts of earth, clearing vegetation, and leveling the ground with consistent precision. Without written records or modern technology, these societies achieved what many would consider engineering feats, transforming the rainforest itself into a canvas for expression, utility, and perhaps ritual. Many geoglyphs are aligned with natural features or astronomical phenomena, revealing a sophisticated understanding of the environment and the cosmos. Some structures align with river systems, facilitating transportation and communication, while others appear oriented toward celestial events such as solstices or equinoxes. These alignments suggest that the builders had a deep connection to the natural world and the cycles of time, integrating observation of the heavens with practical and ceremonial architecture. The combination of precision, scale, and alignment indicates that the construction of geoglyphs was not a random act but part of a coordinated system reflecting knowledge, belief, and social organization. The labor required to create Amazonian geoglyphs was immense, involving coordinated communities capable of mobilizing workers over extended periods. Clearing dense forest, moving tons of soil, and constructing elevated banks and terraces demanded skill, planning, and persistence. These efforts imply social cohesion, leadership, and knowledge transmission, as younger generations would have needed to learn construction techniques, measurement systems, and ceremonial practices. The geoglyphs are not isolated achievements, they represent the product of a culture with the organizational capacity to undertake projects that reshape the landscape, blending engineering, ritual, and social structure into a unified effort. One of the most compelling aspects of the geoglyphs is their integration into broader settlement patterns. Excavations around these earthworks have revealed evidence of villages, raised fields, and causeways, suggesting a complex society capable of supporting large populations in an environment previously thought inhospitable. Raised fields, or camelones, indicate agricultural innovation, allowing cultivation in flood-prone areas and demonstrating sophisticated ecological knowledge. The combination of ceremonial earthworks and practical infrastructure highlights a culture that balanced spirituality, social order, and survival strategies, contradicting assumptions that the Amazon could only sustain small, nomadic groups. Cultural and symbolic significance permeates the geoglyphs. The geometric precision of circles, squares, and lines likely conveyed meaning to the people who constructed them, potentially serving as gathering spaces, ceremonial centers, or markers of social and political boundaries. The alignment of certain geoglyphs with rivers or celestial events suggests cosmological significance, connecting daily life with the broader universe. These constructions are expressions of cultural identity, knowledge, and belief, embodying values, rituals, and social hierarchies in physical form. The very act of creating these massive designs demonstrates a worldview in which human society, nature, and the cosmos were intimately interconnected. The rediscovery and study of Amazonian geoglyphs challenge conventional assumptions about the development of civilization in the Americas. For decades, scholars underestimated the ability of prehistoric Amazonian societies to organize labor, manipulate the environment, and engage in long-term planning. The geoglyphs demonstrate that these communities were capable of monumental architecture, complex social structures, and sophisticated environmental management long before European contact. This forces a re-evaluation of how civilization emerges, suggesting that environmental challenges do not preclude technological, cultural, or social sophistication but may, in fact, inspire innovative solutions. Archaeological evidence also indicates that these societies were interconnected through trade, communication, and shared cultural practices. Pottery, tools, and ceremonial artifacts found near geoglyphs display similarities across regions, suggesting that knowledge of construction techniques, symbolism, and social organization was transmitted widely. This network of information and influence implies a degree of societal complexity comparable to other contemporary civilizations around the world. The geoglyphs, therefore, are not only physical achievements but also markers of cultural exchange, collective memory, and intellectual advancement. The study of Amazonian geoglyphs has been revolutionized by modern technology. LiDAR imaging has allowed researchers to peer beneath the dense canopy, revealing patterns, alignments, and connections that were previously invisible. These discoveries have expanded the known number of geoglyphs dramatically, showing that the landscape was extensively shaped by human hands. Remote sensing, combined with on-the-ground excavation, has revealed roads, terraces, and settlement patterns that complement the monumental earthworks, painting a picture of an advanced society capable of transforming its environment in ways previously thought impossible. The implications of these findings are profound. The Amazonian geoglyphs demonstrate that prehistoric societies in South America were not isolated, primitive, or technologically limited. Instead, they were capable of large-scale planning, engineering, environmental management, and symbolic expression. They reshaped the landscape intentionally, embedding cultural, spiritual, and practical knowledge into physical form. These discoveries force a reconsideration of what constitutes civilization, showing that monumental architecture, social organization, and astronomical knowledge existed outside of the contexts traditionally recognized by mainstream archaeology. The geoglyphs also remind us that much of human history remains hidden, obscured by time, environment, and bias. For centuries, the rainforest was assumed to be a barrier to complex settlement, and the accomplishments of its prehistoric inhabitants were underestimated or ignored. Modern techniques are revealing a previously invisible civilization, demonstrating that human ingenuity and social sophistication have long existed in regions previously dismissed as marginal. These revelations challenge the linear narratives of technological and social progress, suggesting a much richer and more complex prehistoric world than previously imagined. Ultimately, the Amazonian geoglyphs are more than archaeological sites, they are enduring evidence of human creativity, vision, and capability. They represent societies that integrated engineering, astronomy, social organization, and cultural expression into the very fabric of the landscape. Each circle, line, and geometric form speaks to the intellectual and spiritual life of a civilization capable of monumental achievement in an environment once thought impossible for sustained human settlement. The geoglyphs demand recognition not only as remarkable constructions but as testaments to the ingenuity, foresight, and complexity of the people who shaped them. Exploring the geoglyphs of the Amazon compels a re-evaluation of what it means to build, to organize, and to create meaning in prehistoric societies. These earthworks are evidence of coordinated labor, cultural continuity, and a deep understanding of both environment and cosmos. They challenge conventional assumptions about civilization and remind us that human achievement is not limited to regions with written records or stone cities. In the patterns etched into the rainforest floor, we see proof of knowledge, foresight, and cultural sophistication, a legacy that reshapes our understanding of prehistoric America and underscores the extraordinary capabilities of its ancient inhabitants. The Amazonian geoglyphs invite reflection on the resilience, creativity, and vision of prehistoric humans. They reveal societies capable of monumental construction, environmental adaptation, and intellectual engagement with the cosmos, challenging assumptions of primitiveness and isolation. Each geoglyph is a silent yet eloquent testament to the ingenuity and ambition of its builders, a message across millennia that human societies have long been capable of shaping the world in ways that blend utility, symbolism, and spirituality. In uncovering these earthworks, we are not merely discovering artifacts, we are glimpsing the extraordinary complexity, knowledge, and cultural depth of civilizations that flourished long before they were ever documented by outsiders. The enigmatic Cahokia Mounds, located near present-day St. Louis, Missouri, represent one of the most remarkable and complex prehistoric urban centers in North America, offering profound insight into the sophistication of ancient indigenous societies. Flourishing between approximately 1050 and 1350 CE, Cahokia was the largest city north of Mexico, with a population that may have reached 20,000 at its peak, an astonishing figure for a pre-Columbian settlement in what is now the United States. The site encompasses more than 120 mounds of varying size and function, including massive platform mounds, conical burial mounds, and geometric earthworks, all meticulously aligned to the surrounding landscape and celestial phenomena. The scale, organization, and diversity of these constructions reveal a society capable of unprecedented urban planning, social organization, and engineering achievement long before European colonization. Central to Cahokia's design is Monk's Mound, the largest pre-Columbian earthwork in North America, covering approximately 14 acres at its base and rising over 100 feet high. Its sheer size required the movement of millions of cubic feet of earth, transported manually in baskets by laborers over several generations. Achieving the uniform terraces and flat summit required an extraordinary understanding of construction techniques, including soil selection, layering, and compaction, ensuring stability over centuries. The mound likely served as a political, religious, or ceremonial center, dominating the surrounding city and providing a platform for structures that would have been visible across the settlement. Monk's Mound is not just a feat of engineering, it is a statement of social organization, technical knowledge, and cultural expression, reflecting the capabilities of a society often underestimated in conventional histories. The spatial organization of Cahokia demonstrates sophisticated urban planning. Streets, plazas, and residential areas are laid out with remarkable regularity, reflecting careful thought regarding movement, social interaction, and functional zoning. The city features a large central plaza, used for gatherings, ceremonies, and perhaps markets, surrounded by elite residential areas atop platform mounds. This hierarchical spatial arrangement indicates a structured society with clear social stratification, where political, religious, and community activities were integrated into a cohesive urban landscape. The careful placement of mounds, plazas, and thoroughfares demonstrates an understanding of geometry, sightlines, and the symbolic power of architecture, emphasizing both practicality and social significance. Astronomical alignment is another striking feature of Cahokia. Several mounds and plazas appear oriented to solar and lunar cycles, particularly the solstices. Woodhenge, a series of large timber circles reconstructed near the site, likely functioned as a solar calendar, allowing the inhabitants to track seasonal changes critical for agriculture, ceremonies, and social organization. This integration of astronomical knowledge into urban design reflects a culture that combined practical planning with spiritual and symbolic awareness, connecting human activity to the cosmos. It demonstrates that Cahokians were not merely builders and administrators, they were astronomers, planners, and observers of natural cycles who embedded celestial knowledge into the very fabric of their city. The construction of Cahokia required an enormous labor force and sophisticated social organization. Mobilizing thousands of workers to transport, shape, and arrange earth for monumental mounds implies coordinated leadership, resource management, and cultural cohesion. The effort would have extended over decades or even centuries, demanding intergenerational knowledge transfer, apprenticeship systems, and community-wide participation. Such large-scale construction projects suggest a society with specialized roles, including planners, laborers, engineers, artisans, and religious leaders, all contributing to a collective vision. This social complexity challenges outdated assumptions that pre-Columbian North American societies were small, nomadic, or technologically limited, showing instead a civilization capable of urban-scale planning and execution. Agricultural innovation supported Cahokia's dense population. The surrounding floodplains of the Mississippi and Missouri rivers were modified with raised fields, terraces, and irrigation systems to maximize productivity and protect crops from seasonal flooding. This extensive landscape engineering indicates an advanced understanding of ecology, hydrology, and soil management. The ability to produce surplus food supported population growth, urban complexity, and labor mobilization for monumental construction. In essence, Cahokia was not only a city of mounds but also a center of environmental mastery, where human ingenuity transformed natural landscapes into a sustainable, thriving urban ecosystem. Cultural and ceremonial life permeated Cahokia's architecture and layout. Burial mounds, ceremonial plazas, and elite residences reflect social hierarchy and spiritual practice. Artifacts such as carved stone figurines, engraved shells, and ceremonial copper objects indicate a rich symbolic and ritual culture, emphasizing the interconnectedness of social, religious, and political life. Ceremonial structures atop mounds served as stages for rituals, governance, or observation, blending practical function with symbolic authority. Cahokia's architecture communicates social organization, cosmology, and cultural identity, offering a window into the worldview and priorities of its inhabitants. Trade networks further illustrate the city's complexity and reach. Artifacts recovered from Cahokia reveal connections across vast distances, including shells from the Gulf Coast, mica from the Appalachians, and copper from the Great Lakes region. Such long-distance trade indicates not only economic sophistication but also cultural interaction, exchange of knowledge, and social alliances. Cahokia was a hub in a continental network of commerce, diplomacy, and cultural transmission, integrating the city into broader prehistoric North American societies. The presence of exotic materials also reinforces the city's ceremonial and political importance, as these goods were likely used to reinforce status, spiritual authority, or communal identity. The decline of Cahokia remains partially mysterious, but evidence suggests environmental, social, and political factors played a role. Deforestation, resource depletion, flooding, or climate fluctuations may have challenged the city's sustainability, while social tension or internal conflict could have weakened political structures. Despite its eventual abandonment, Cahokia's legacy endures, preserved in mounds, artifacts, and cultural memory, influencing indigenous communities and modern archaeology alike. Its existence continues to challenge assumptions about the complexity of pre-Columbian North America, demonstrating that advanced urban planning, monumental architecture, and social sophistication were thriving long before European contact. Modern research has revolutionized our understanding of Cahokia. LiDAR and aerial surveys have revealed previously hidden features, including smaller mounds, road networks, and evidence of dense habitation beyond the main site. These tools demonstrate that the city was far larger and more complex than early excavations suggested, emphasizing the integration of residential, ceremonial, and infrastructural elements. Archaeological investigations continue to uncover new insights into construction methods, social organization, and ceremonial life, confirming Cahokia as a pinnacle of prehistoric achievement in North America. Ultimately, Cahokia mounds challenge conventional historical narratives, revealing a civilization capable of monumental urban planning, complex social organization, and environmental mastery. Its construction, astronomical alignments, trade networks, and ceremonial practices demonstrate a society that integrated practical, spiritual, and political life in ways comparable to contemporary civilizations elsewhere in the world. Cahokia was not an isolated anomaly. It was part of a broader prehistoric tradition of monumental construction, environmental adaptation, and cultural sophistication spanning the continent. The city forces a re-evaluation of what constitutes civilization, showing that North America's prehistoric inhabitants were capable of advanced urbanism, intellectual achievement, and societal complexity that rivals better-known ancient cultures. In examining Cahokia, one is struck not only by its monumental scale but also by the ingenuity, foresight, and coordination required to build and sustain it. The mounds, plazas, and wood henges represent more than physical constructions, they are enduring markers of human achievement, demonstrating mastery of engineering, astronomy, agriculture, and social organization. Cahokia reminds us that prehistoric North America was a continent of innovation, complexity, and cultural expression, where human societies shaped the land, sky, and social structures with vision, skill, and purpose. Its legacy continues to inspire awe, challenge assumptions, and redefine our understanding of what ancient civilizations were capable of achieving in the heart of the continent. The Nazca lines of southern Peru remain among the most extraordinary and perplexing achievements of prehistoric human ingenuity, a series of geoglyphs etched into the desert floor that continue to confound archaeologists, historians, and explorers alike. Stretching across hundreds of square kilometers, the lines depict animals, plants, geometric shapes, and abstract patterns, some extending over several hundred meters in length. These designs are so massive and precise that they can only be fully appreciated from the air, raising immediate questions about how a civilization without aerial perspective or modern surveying tools could create such monumental works. The Nazca lines were produced by removing the reddish-brown iron oxide-coated pebbles covering the desert, exposing the lighter-colored earth beneath, a method that required careful planning, coordination, and knowledge of the terrain to maintain scale and proportion. The scale of the Nazca lines is staggering. Figures such as the hummingbird, monkey, spider, and condor span hundreds of feet, while geometric shapes like trapezoids, spirals, and parallel lines stretch for kilometers. Creating these designs required more than simple clearing. The artists needed to conceptualize large-scale forms, maintain correct proportions, and execute their vision across an uneven desert surface. To achieve this, it is believed that ancient surveyors used rudimentary tools such as stakes and ropes, yet even with such methods, the accuracy and consistency of the lines are astonishing. Some researchers suggest the existence of an early system of grid-based planning or geometric scaling, demonstrating sophisticated understanding of mathematics and spatial reasoning that challenges conventional assumptions about the technological capabilities of pre-Columbian South American societies. The purpose of the Nazca lines has been a subject of debate for decades, with numerous theories proposed ranging from astronomical calendars to religious or ceremonial pathways. Many of the lines align with solar and lunar phenomena, suggesting that they functioned as observatories or markers for seasonal cycles essential to agriculture. Some researchers argue that the geoglyphs were used in water-related rituals, invoking deities for rainfall in an arid region, as water was central to survival in the Nazca Desert. The combination of celestial alignment, symbolic depiction, and ritual context highlights a culture deeply attuned to its environment, capable of translating complex ideas about cosmology, agriculture, and spirituality into monumental, enduring works of art and architecture. Constructing the Nazca lines required not only vision but also coordinated labor and social organization. Teams of workers would have needed to clear stones, maintain precise lines, and ensure consistent shapes across vast distances. This coordination implies leadership, planning, and cultural motivation, as such large-scale projects could only be executed with communal effort and shared purpose. The labor involved was significant, and the results, designs that have persisted for over a millennium in a desert environment, speak to both technical skill and cultural dedication. The lines themselves function as enduring records of a society that valued knowledge, ritual, and collective achievement. One of the most striking aspects of the Nazca lines is their integration into the surrounding landscape. Many of the geoglyphs correspond to natural features such as hills, valleys, and water sources, suggesting that the placement of lines and figures was intentional and contextually meaningful. This integration demonstrates that the creators were not only artists but also observers and interpreters of the natural world, embedding symbolic meaning into the land itself. The lines may have functioned as visual communication across distances, pathways for ritual processions, or markers for territorial or ceremonial boundaries, reflecting a worldview in which geography, cosmology, and human activity were intricately linked. The geometric precision of the Nazca lines has long puzzled researchers. Straight lines extend for kilometers without deviation, while complex figures maintain consistent proportions, curves, and angles. Achieving such precision without advanced tools or aerial perspective suggests an intuitive understanding of geometry and spatial relationships. Some researchers propose that the Nazca people employed a system of reference points, scaled measurements, or rudimentary surveying techniques, demonstrating an empirical approach to problem solving that combines observation, experimentation, and applied mathematics. These capabilities reflect a level of intellectual sophistication that challenges simplistic notions of prehistoric societies as technologically or cognitively limited. The cultural significance of the Nazca lines extends beyond their construction and form. Many geoglyphs depict animals with spiritual or symbolic meaning, such as hummingbirds, jaguars, and llamas, suggesting that the figures played roles in ritual practice, religious belief, or social identity. The presence of ceremonial pathways, plazas, and nearby settlements indicates that the lines were part of a broader cultural and ceremonial landscape, integrated into the daily, spiritual, and communal life of the Nazca people. This holistic approach to architecture, landscape, and symbolism demonstrates a society capable of translating abstract concepts into large-scale material forms, blending practicality, artistry, and ritual purpose. The endurance of the Nazca lines is remarkable. The dry, stable desert climate has preserved the geoglyphs for over a millennium, but their survival also reflects the skill and knowledge of the builders in creating stable, lasting forms. The lines were carefully cleared and maintained, with stones selected and positioned to resist erosion and displacement. This demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of materials, environmental conditions, and long-term durability, emphasizing that the Nazca lines were designed not as temporary expressions but as enduring monuments meant to communicate across generations. Modern technology has revolutionized our understanding of the Nazca lines. Aerial photography, satellite imaging, and LiDAR have revealed additional figures, alignments, and patterns previously invisible from the ground. Researchers have uncovered complex networks of lines, geometric shapes, and ceremonial pathways that indicate a highly organized and deliberate system of construction. These discoveries reinforce the idea that the Nazca lines were not isolated or random creations but part of a comprehensive cultural, ceremonial, and environmental plan, reflecting a society with sophisticated knowledge of landscape management, spatial reasoning, and symbolic representation. The implications of the Nazca lines are profound for our understanding of prehistoric civilization. They demonstrate that societies in arid, challenging environments were capable of monumental planning, engineering, and symbolic expression. The integration of astronomy, ritual, and large-scale construction challenges assumptions about the limits of human capability, showing that ingenuity, observation, and cultural dedication could produce works that endure across centuries. The lines are not only artistic expressions but also markers of knowledge, organization, and societal cohesion, highlighting the intellectual and cultural sophistication of the Nazca people. The Nazca lines continue to inspire wonder and investigation because they bridge the gap between art, science, and ritual. Each line, curve, and figure embodies a blend of technical skill, cultural meaning, and environmental awareness. They force modern observers to reconsider what is possible without modern tools or technology, revealing a society capable of conceptualizing large-scale projects, coordinating labor, and embedding knowledge into the landscape in ways that endure through millennia. In this sense, the Nazca lines are not merely archaeological curiosities, they are a testament to human creativity, foresight, and the enduring power of culture to shape the physical world. Studying the Nazca lines also prompts reflection on the relationship between human societies and their environment. The geoglyphs are evidence that prehistoric peoples were not passive inhabitants of their landscapes but active agents shaping, interpreting, and interacting with their surroundings. The lines integrate natural features, track celestial phenomena, and encode social and spiritual meaning, demonstrating an intimate understanding of ecology, astronomy, and cultural practice. This holistic integration underscores the sophistication of the Nazca civilization, revealing a society that harmonized technical skill, symbolic expression, and environmental awareness into enduring monumental works. Ultimately, the Nazca lines remain one of the most compelling enigmas of prehistoric America. They represent a civilization capable of combining artistry, engineering, astronomy, and ritual into monumental forms that continue to captivate the modern world. Their precision, scale, and cultural significance challenge assumptions about prehistoric knowledge and ingenuity, demonstrating that human creativity and organization have long transcended technological limitations. The lines stand as a silent but eloquent testament to the vision, skill, and cultural depth of the Nazca people, reminding us that the prehistoric past holds achievements that continue to inspire awe, provoke inquiry, and expand our understanding of human potential. Easter Island, or Rapa Nui, is perhaps one of the most iconic and mysterious locations in the study of prehistoric monumental architecture, captivating researchers and the public alike with its enigmatic moai statues and the stories surrounding their creation and transport. Situated in the southeastern Pacific Ocean, thousands of kilometers from continental landmasses, Easter Island presents a dramatic example of human ingenuity and societal organization in a highly isolated environment. The island's most striking feature is its nearly 900 moai statues, some standing over 30 feet tall and weighing upwards of 80 tons, carved from volcanic tuff and strategically placed across the landscape. These statues were not randomly positioned, they often face inland, overlooking villages, suggesting a symbolic function tied to social, spiritual, or political control, possibly representing ancestral figures or protective deities. The process of carving, transporting, and erecting the moai remains a subject of intense study and debate. Quarrying the statues from volcanic outcrops required sophisticated techniques, including carving with stone tools and planning for the removal of massive monoliths. Some moai were partially carved within the quarry and then transported to their final locations, necessitating careful handling to avoid catastrophic fracturing. The logistics of moving such enormous stones across uneven terrain, often without wheeled vehicles or draft animals, imply a combination of ingenuity, experimentation, and collective effort. Evidence suggests that the statues were moved using a system of ropes, sledges, or perhaps even a rocking motion, requiring coordination, manpower, and knowledge of mechanical principles. Easter Island's topography and geology played a crucial role in the placement and construction of moai. The island is dotted with volcanic cones, ridges, and coastal plains, which influenced the positioning of statues and ceremonial platforms known as ahu. These platforms, carefully constructed with massive stones, served as foundations for the moai and often contained burial sites or ceremonial spaces, indicating that the statues were integrated into both social and ritual landscapes. The ahu themselves exhibit remarkable engineering, with precisely cut stones fitted together without mortar, displaying an understanding of balance, weight distribution, and long-term stability. In many ways, the moai and ahu functioned as both monumental art and infrastructure, blending symbolic, ceremonial, and practical purposes in a single integrated system. The societal implications of constructing the moai are profound. Erecting hundreds of massive statues required not only skilled labor but also a complex social organization capable of mobilizing, motivating, and sustaining workers over decades or even centuries. The distribution of resources, management of labor, and coordination of knowledge transmission all point to a society with hierarchical structures, specialized roles, and cultural cohesion. This level of organization indicates that the Rapa Nui people were not isolated or primitive but rather capable of sophisticated engineering, communal planning, and social coordination. The construction of the moai can be seen as a reflection of social hierarchy, political authority, and collective identity, with each statue serving as both a symbol and an instrument of cultural cohesion. The cultural and spiritual significance of the moai cannot be overstated. Many researchers interpret the statues as embodiments of ancestral spirits, guardians of the community, or intermediaries between the living and the spiritual world. The positioning of the moai to face inland rather than the sea reinforces this interpretation, suggesting that the statues were meant to watch over and protect the villages. The effort invested in carving, transporting, and erecting each statue reflects not only technical skill but also a profound commitment to cultural and spiritual beliefs, where the material labor of the community was inseparable from religious and social imperatives. The moai stand as enduring markers of identity, authority, and spirituality, representing a civilization deeply connected to its land, ancestors, and cosmology. One of the most debated aspects of Easter Island is the environmental impact of the moai building culture. Historical and archaeological evidence indicates that the island underwent significant ecological changes, including deforestation, soil erosion, and depletion of critical resources, which may have contributed to societal stress. Some researchers suggest that the demands of moving and erecting the statues placed immense pressure on the island's limited resources, leading to competition, conflict, and social transformation. Others propose that the environmental changes were gradual and interconnected with external factors such as climate variation or overpopulation. Regardless, the moai reflect a society that both mastered and altered its environment, demonstrating human ingenuity while also highlighting the delicate balance between monumental ambition and ecological sustainability. Astronomical and landscape alignments further deepen the mystery of Easter Island. Some moai and ahu are positioned with reference to solar, lunar, or stellar events, suggesting that their placement was informed by observation of celestial cycles. This integration of astronomical knowledge into monumental architecture indicates a sophisticated understanding of time, seasonality, and cosmic rhythms, essential for agricultural planning, ceremonial timing, and social organization. The moai, therefore, were not merely artistic or symbolic constructions but also functioned as markers and tools within a broader cultural and environmental system, linking human activity with the celestial and terrestrial worlds. The construction techniques of the moai reveal both creativity and experimentation. Some statues were transported upright, while others were moved horizontally, and the choice of method likely depended on terrain, statue size, and available resources. The use of counterweights, rolling logs, sledges, or a walking technique demonstrates an empirical understanding of mechanics, friction, and leverage, achieved without written mathematics or advanced tools. This practical engineering knowledge reflects a culture that developed innovative solutions to complex problems, combining observation, experimentation, and applied skill to achieve results that continue to astonish modern engineers. Trade, resource management, and social networks were also critical to the creation of Moai. The procurement of stone, timber, ropes, and food for laborers required careful planning, resource allocation, and logistical coordination. The ability to sustain large-scale construction projects over decades implies systems for storing surplus, distributing labor, and maintaining cultural cohesion. These organizational capabilities suggest a level of societal sophistication comparable to other monumental civilizations worldwide, challenging assumptions that isolated island communities were incapable of complex, large-scale projects. Modern research continues to shed light on Easter Island's mysteries, revealing new insights into the Moai's construction, placement, and cultural significance. Techniques such as LiDAR, ground-penetrating radar, and high-resolution imaging have uncovered previously hidden Ahu foundations, statue fragments, and pathways, revealing the scale and complexity of the island's monumental landscape. Isotopic and geochemical analysis provides information on stone sourcing, diet, and labor organization, further demonstrating that the Rapa Nui people were capable of sophisticated engineering, planning, and environmental adaptation. Each new discovery adds nuance to our understanding of a society that achieved extraordinary feats under conditions of isolation and limited natural resources. The Moai of Easter Island exemplify the convergence of art, engineering, social organization, and spirituality in prehistoric human achievement. They challenge conventional narratives about the limits of isolated societies, demonstrating that ingenuity, labor coordination, and cultural vision can produce monuments of enduring significance. Each statue is not only a testament to the technical skill of its creators but also a reflection of societal values, ancestral reverence, and cosmological awareness. The effort, creativity, and coordination required to bring the Moai to life reveal a civilization capable of combining practical problem-solving with symbolic expression on an unprecedented scale. Ultimately, Easter Island serves as a profound reminder of the heights of human achievement in prehistoric contexts. The Moai, with their massive scale, precise construction, and cultural significance, reflect societies capable of transforming both the landscape and social life. They embody the integration of engineering, artistry, astronomy, spirituality, and community coordination, providing an enduring testament to the intellectual and cultural sophistication of the Rapa Nui people. The island's monumental legacy challenges modern perceptions of prehistoric societies, revealing that even in extreme isolation, humans were capable of extraordinary vision, technical mastery, and cultural expression. The Moai stand as silent witnesses to ingenuity, resilience, and the capacity for monumental achievement, continuing to inspire awe and inquiry more than a millennium after they were first carved. Göbekli Tepe, located in southeastern Turkey, represents one of the most groundbreaking and confounding archaeological discoveries of the modern era, completely reshaping our understanding of the origins of human civilization. Dating back to roughly 9,600 BCE, it predates Stonehenge by some 6,000 years and the Egyptian pyramids by nearly 7,000, positioning it as the world's oldest known monumental temple complex. What makes Göbekli Tepe particularly astonishing is that it was constructed by hunter-gatherer societies long before the advent of settled agriculture, challenging the traditional narrative that monumental architecture and complex religious practices could only emerge after people formed permanent villages and cultivated crops. The site consists of massive circular and oval stone enclosures, each containing enormous T-shaped pillars, some over 20 feet tall and weighing several tons. These pillars are often decorated with intricate reliefs of animals, lions, snakes, boars, foxes, and birds, some carved in bas-relief, others rendered in abstract geometric motifs, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of symbolism, artistic expression, and structural engineering. The scale and precision of Göbekli Tepe's construction suggest a level of social organization and labor coordination that is difficult to reconcile with a pre-agricultural society. Moving and erecting pillars weighing several tons would have required the concerted effort of hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals, likely using ropes, wooden sledges, ramps, and simple tools crafted from stone and wood. This level of organization implies leadership structures capable of mobilizing labor, managing resources, and transmitting technical knowledge across generations. It challenges the assumption that hunter-gatherers were small, egalitarian groups incapable of large-scale cooperative projects, revealing instead a society with both vision and practical capacity to manipulate their environment on a monumental scale. The circular enclosures of Göbekli Tepe exhibit architectural sophistication that continues to astound modern researchers. Pillars are arranged in precise formations, often with central pairs surrounded by smaller stones in concentric circles. Some pillars are intentionally oriented, possibly in alignment with celestial phenomena or local topography, hinting at early astronomical awareness or symbolic cosmology. The spaces between pillars, wide enough to accommodate gatherings, suggest that these enclosures functioned as ceremonial centers, where rituals, feasts, or social gatherings took place. These features indicate that Göbekli Tepe was not simply a functional construction but a sacred and symbolic environment, carefully designed to foster communal experience, spiritual practice, and social cohesion. The iconography carved into the pillars of Göbekli Tepe provides a rich tapestry of symbolic meaning and cultural insight. Animals dominate the reliefs, often depicted with dynamic poses, suggesting that they held significant spiritual, cosmological, or totemic importance. Some scholars propose that the animal carvings represent mythological narratives, ancestral spirits, or cosmological principles, encoding complex belief systems into stone. The repeated motifs of predators and dangerous animals may reflect concerns about survival, social order, or human-nature relationships, indicating that the builders were engaged in abstract and symbolic thought far earlier than previously believed. This level of artistic and symbolic sophistication demonstrates that early humans were capable of creating not just functional tools but cultural expressions with deep meaning and enduring impact. Göbekli Tepe also forces a re-examination of the relationship between religion, social organization, and the development of agriculture. Traditional models suggest that farming enabled sedentary life, which then allowed the emergence of monumental architecture, religious practice, and social hierarchies. Yet Göbekli Tepe was built by mobile hunter-gatherers, suggesting that complex religious or ritual needs may have preceded and perhaps even motivated the development of agriculture. The labor-intensive construction projects could have acted as a catalyst for social cohesion, leading groups to develop new strategies for food production, storage, and settlement. This inversion of conventional understanding has profound implications for how we interpret the sequence of human social evolution, emphasizing the potential primacy of belief systems in shaping civilization. The construction techniques at Göbekli Tepe demonstrate remarkable ingenuity. Pillars were quarried from nearby limestone, transported across uneven terrain, and erected with precision, without the use of metal tools or advanced machinery. Evidence suggests that the builders used levers, ramps, and simple mechanical principles to raise these colossal stones. Some pillars are carved with precision on all sides, requiring careful planning and coordination. The ability to manage such projects demonstrates empirical knowledge of physics, geometry, and engineering, reflecting a cognitive sophistication that challenges traditional perceptions of early hunter-gatherer capabilities. Archaeological evidence also indicates that Göbekli Tepe was part of a broader network of contemporary sites with similar construction styles, relief motifs, and architectural patterns. This suggests that the region's prehistoric societies were culturally interconnected, sharing ideas, techniques, and symbolic systems over wide areas. Such networks imply that early humans were capable of complex communication, long-distance cooperation, and the transmission of specialized knowledge, further challenging the notion that sophisticated culture is inherently tied to sedentary farming communities. Göbekli Tepe, therefore, may represent a focal point in a larger, regionally interconnected civilization that flourished in the early Holocene. The ceremonial and social function of Göbekli Tepe also emphasizes the role of collective experience in prehistoric societies. The monumental enclosures may have hosted gatherings, rituals, and feasts, creating opportunities for social bonding, resource sharing, and cultural reinforcement. The labor and organization required to build these structures, combined with the symbolic and artistic complexity, suggest that religious or ceremonial practice was central to societal cohesion and identity. These insights imply that early humans invested significant energy not just in survival but in creating shared cultural spaces that reinforced community, hierarchy, and belief, highlighting a level of social sophistication previously unrecognized in pre-agricultural societies. Excavations have revealed that the site underwent deliberate decommissioning, with pillars intentionally buried after centuries of use. The reasons for this practice remain debated, but it may reflect ritual closure, social transformation, or shifts in religious practice. This intentional burial preserves the site for posterity, albeit inadvertently, allowing modern archaeologists to uncover and study a level of prehistoric organization, artistry, and technical achievement that would otherwise have been lost. The act of burying monumental structures indicates that these societies possessed not only the capacity for creation but also for symbolic closure, reflecting complex social and ritual cognition. Göbekli Tepe challenges conventional archaeological and historical narratives in profound ways. It demonstrates that hunter-gatherers could organize labor, manipulate large-scale architecture, and develop complex symbolic systems long before the emergence of agriculture and settled life. The site forces a re-evaluation of the origins of civilization, suggesting that spiritual and social imperatives may have been the driving forces behind monumental construction, rather than simply the byproducts of economic surplus. It also emphasizes the cognitive, artistic, and technical sophistication of early humans, illustrating that abstract thought, symbolic expression, and social coordination existed far earlier than traditionally believed. Modern research continues to expand our understanding of Göbekli Tepe. Advanced survey techniques, 3D modeling, and geochemical analysis reveal intricate details of construction, organization, and material sourcing. These studies highlight not only the technical skill of the builders but also the careful planning, resource management, and social structures required to sustain such monumental efforts. Each new discovery reinforces the idea that Göbekli Tepe represents a transformative moment in human history, a testament to early ingenuity, communal effort, and the profound role of belief systems in shaping the trajectory of civilization. Ultimately, Göbekli Tepe is a monumental testament to human creativity, intelligence, and social organization. It challenges assumptions about the linear progression of civilization, demonstrating that complexity, engineering, and symbolic expression existed long before agriculture, cities, or written language. The site embodies the intersection of spirituality, social cohesion, and technical skill, revealing a society capable of monumental achievement under conditions previously thought to preclude such sophistication. Göbekli Tepe continues to inspire awe and curiosity, reminding us that the origins of human civilization are far richer, more complex, and more mysterious than conventional narratives have long suggested. Its massive stone pillars, intricate carvings, and carefully designed enclosures stand as enduring evidence that early humans were capable of shaping both landscape and society with remarkable vision, foresight, and ingenuity. The pyramids of Mesoamerica, particularly those constructed by the Maya, Aztec, and earlier Olmec civilizations, represent some of the most extraordinary feats of prehistoric engineering and social organization in the Americas. Unlike the tomb-oriented pyramids of Egypt, Mesoamerican pyramids were primarily ceremonial and religious centers, often forming the focal point of sprawling cities, plazas, and urban complexes. These monumental structures, constructed from limestone, adobe, and volcanic rock, towered over their surroundings, reflecting not only the technical skill of their builders but also the profound cosmological and societal significance embedded within their design. The pyramids were more than mere architecture, they were symbols of power, spiritual authority, and cultural identity, expressing the integration of politics, religion, and community life into a single, enduring form. The scale and precision of Mesoamerican pyramids are staggering. At Teotihuacan, the Pyramid of the Sun rises over 200 feet high, with a base covering more than 700 by 700 feet, while the Pyramid of the Moon complements the city's axial layout with its monumental presence. In the Maya region, structures like El Castillo at Chichen Itza not only dominate the landscape but also encode astronomical knowledge within their dimensions and alignments. The construction of these pyramids required moving and shaping immense quantities of stone, organizing labor forces, and planning layouts that accounted for topography, orientation, and ceremonial functionality. Achieving these monumental feats without modern machinery demonstrates a level of engineering knowledge, materials science understanding, and logistical coordination that rivals contemporary civilizations elsewhere in the world. Astronomical alignment and cosmological symbolism were central to the design of Mesoamerican pyramids. Many pyramids were oriented to mark solstices, equinoxes, or lunar cycles, integrating the observation of celestial phenomena into the architecture itself. El Castillo, for example, is famously aligned so that during equinoxes, the setting sun creates a shadow resembling a serpent descending the pyramid's staircase, a visual spectacle tied to the worship of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent deity. These alignments reflect a sophisticated understanding of astronomy, geometry, and symbolism, suggesting that Mesoamerican architects intentionally encoded cosmic knowledge into monumental forms. The pyramids thus serve not only as religious and political centers but also as calendars, observatories, and ceremonial instruments linking human activity with the rhythms of the cosmos. The construction of these pyramids demanded extraordinary social organization. Mobilizing the labor required to quarry, transport, and assemble massive stone blocks involved coordination of hundreds or thousands of workers, resource management, and knowledge transmission across generations. Laborers needed sustenance, shelter, and tools, while planners required precise knowledge of geometry, materials, and architectural principles. This level of societal coordination implies hierarchical governance, specialized roles, and complex logistics, reflecting the capacity of these civilizations to manage urban centers, maintain cultural cohesion, and execute long-term, large-scale projects. The pyramids were as much a product of social engineering as they were of physical construction, demonstrating that monumental architecture was inseparable from political, economic, and spiritual life. The ceremonial and religious functions of the pyramids were deeply integrated into Mesoamerican culture. Many structures were platforms for temples, where rituals, offerings, and sacrificial ceremonies took place. The positioning of pyramids within city layouts emphasized hierarchical and cosmological order, often situating rulers, priests, and elite members in close proximity to the sacred space. Artifacts recovered from pyramid sites, including carved stelae, altars, and ceremonial objects, provide evidence of complex religious practices and symbolic systems that guided social behavior, governance, and community cohesion. These pyramids were not passive monuments, they were living centers of spiritual life, political authority, and cultural identity, reinforcing societal structure and collective memory. The engineering techniques employed in pyramid construction were remarkable for their ingenuity and durability. Builders often used locally sourced materials, carefully cut and fitted to withstand environmental pressures, including earthquakes, rainfall, and erosion. Platforms were constructed with core and veneer techniques, layering stone and rubble to achieve stability, while terraces, stairways, and retaining walls ensured structural integrity. Some pyramids incorporated drainage systems and leveled foundations, demonstrating an empirical understanding of architecture, geology, and environmental adaptation. The ability to design and construct enduring monuments in challenging terrains highlights the sophistication, observation skills, and problem-solving capabilities of Mesoamerican civilizations. Trade, resource management, and labor specialization were essential components of pyramid construction. Materials such as limestone, volcanic rock, jade, obsidian, and pigment had to be sourced, transported, and processed, often from distant regions, implying long-distance trade networks and communication systems. Skilled artisans, masons, and planners worked alongside laborers to ensure both structural integrity and symbolic accuracy, reflecting an economy capable of supporting specialized roles. The pyramids thus embody not only technical achievement but also economic and social complexity, illustrating the interplay between labor, material resources, and cultural vision necessary to sustain monumental projects. The placement and layout of pyramids within cities reveal sophisticated urban planning. Sites such as Teotihuacan feature axial orientations, symmetrical layouts, and integrated plazas, aligning with both geographic and celestial considerations. Maya cities like Tikal and Palenque demonstrate a careful integration of ceremonial, residential, and administrative zones, ensuring functional efficiency while reinforcing social hierarchy and cosmological symbolism. This urban integration reflects an understanding of spatial organization, environmental adaptation, and societal needs, emphasizing that pyramid construction was part of a broader cultural and civic vision rather than an isolated architectural endeavor. The cultural and symbolic resonance of Mesoamerican pyramids continues to fascinate modern scholars. Beyond their imposing physical presence, the pyramids encode knowledge, beliefs, and power structures, serving as enduring testaments to the civilizations that built them. Their design reflects a worldview in which spiritual, political, and social realms were intertwined, with monumental architecture providing a tangible manifestation of intangible values. Each pyramid conveys messages about cosmic order, social hierarchy, religious devotion, and communal identity, offering insight into the intellectual, spiritual, and cultural sophistication of these societies. Environmental adaptation played a key role in pyramid construction and city planning. Builders demonstrated an understanding of local geology, climate, and hydrology, designing foundations, terraces, and drainage systems to preserve structural stability. The positioning of pyramids often utilized natural topography to enhance visibility, ceremonial impact, and defensive advantage. This integration of engineering, aesthetics, and environmental awareness illustrates that Mesoamerican civilizations were adept at harmonizing monumental architecture with natural landscapes, creating cities that were both functional and symbolically potent. The Mesoamerican pyramids exemplify the convergence of art, engineering, social organization, and cosmology. They were simultaneously religious centers, political symbols, astronomical observatories, and urban anchors. Their construction required not only physical labor but also mathematical knowledge, spatial reasoning, and collective effort, reflecting a civilization capable of remarkable technical and intellectual achievement. These structures challenge simplistic assumptions about the sophistication of pre-Columbian societies, demonstrating that Mesoamerican civilizations were capable of large-scale planning, complex social coordination, and monumental expression of cultural identity. Ultimately, Mesoamerican pyramids are enduring symbols of human ingenuity, creativity, and social complexity. They reflect societies that combined engineering, art, cosmology, and social organization into monumental forms, producing structures that continue to awe and inspire. The pyramids stand as testaments to the intellectual and cultural sophistication of their builders, revealing that prehistoric civilizations in the Americas achieved architectural, astronomical, and social feats comparable to the most celebrated ancient societies worldwide. They compel us to reconsider what is possible in prehistoric contexts, demonstrating that human vision, organization, and creativity can transform landscapes into enduring monuments of culture, belief, and power. Studying these pyramids provides profound insight into the priorities, knowledge, and capabilities of Mesoamerican civilizations. Each structure is a convergence of technical skill, spiritual aspiration, and communal effort, reflecting a society that integrated practical, ceremonial, and cosmological concerns into a cohesive urban and cultural landscape. The pyramids remain powerful reminders that prehistoric peoples were not passive or primitive but innovators, planners, and visionaries whose monumental achievements continue to inform, inspire, and challenge our understanding of human history. The lost city of Atlantis, described by the ancient Greek philosopher Plato, has captivated the imagination of historians, archaeologists, and adventurers for centuries. According to Plato's dialogues, Atlantis was a powerful and technologically advanced civilization that existed over 9,000 years before his time. It was said to be located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, a reference to the Strait of Gibraltar, and was a vast island with a thriving society, boasting grand cities, temples, and a strong military. However, the island's sudden disappearance, swallowed by the sea in a cataclysmic event, has made it the subject of enduring fascination and speculation. Throughout history, many have searched for Atlantis, theorizing about its possible location and the truth behind Plato's tale. Some believe it to be a purely fictional creation, while others argue that it may have been based on real events, a forgotten civilization lost to time. The Atlantis story begins in Plato's dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, written around 360 BCE, where he recounts the tale of Atlantis as told to him by his ancestor, Solon, who supposedly learned about it during a visit to Egypt. Plato describes Atlantis as an island larger than Libya and Asia Minor combined, with a powerful and sophisticated civilization that mastered the seas, built advanced infrastructure, and possessed knowledge of astronomy, engineering, and politics. The Atlanteans were said to have been governed by kings who were descendants of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and their society was organized in concentric circles of land, water, and canals, symbolizing divine order. However, despite their wealth, power, and achievements, the Atlanteans eventually fell out of favor with the gods, becoming corrupt, greedy, and decadent. In a final act of divine retribution, the island was sunk beneath the ocean, its civilization lost forever. The vivid imagery in Plato's account has fueled a variety of interpretations and theories about Atlantis, each seeking to reconcile the ancient myth with real-world historical events. Some view Atlantis as an allegory for the rise and fall of civilizations, symbolizing the dangers of hubris, excess, and moral decay. Plato's account of Atlantis, however, has also been interpreted more literally. Over the centuries, scholars and explorers have searched the globe for any evidence of this fabled city, often pointing to mysterious ancient ruins, submerged structures, or unexplained geological features. The hunt for Atlantis has inspired countless expeditions, from archaeological digs to underwater explorations, all driven by the hope of uncovering the truth behind one of the most enduring myths in human history. One of the most popular theories about Atlantis' location is that it may have been situated in the Mediterranean Sea. Some researchers point to the island of Santorini, known in antiquity as Thera, as a possible candidate. In around 1600 BCE, Thera suffered a catastrophic volcanic eruption, one of the largest in recorded history. The eruption destroyed the Minoan civilization on the island, causing widespread destruction and possibly triggering tsunamis that devastated coastal areas across the Mediterranean. Some scholars believe that the devastation of Thera could be the inspiration for the Atlantis story. The Minoans were an advanced civilization, with sophisticated art, architecture, and maritime skills, and their sudden collapse in the wake of the eruption might have been passed down through oral tradition as the destruction of Atlantis. Another prominent theory places Atlantis in the Caribbean Sea, near the Bahamas. The idea of Atlantis being located in this region has been fueled by the discovery of underwater structures resembling man-made constructions, such as the so-called Bimini Road, an underwater formation found off the coast of the Bimini Islands. The formation consists of large, flat stones arranged in a linear pattern, resembling a road or pathway. While some geologists argue that the Bimini Road is a natural formation, others believe it could be the remnants of an ancient civilization submerged by rising sea levels or cataclysmic events. The idea of a submerged city off the coast of the Bahamas fits neatly with the narrative of Atlantis being lost beneath the ocean and has inspired a number of expeditions and documentaries focused on this potential location. Other theories place Atlantis in the Atlantic Ocean, specifically in the area known as the Azores or the Canary Islands. These volcanic island chains are often cited due to their mysterious geological features, including underwater pyramids, unusual rock formations, and the presence of ancient megalithic structures. Proponents of this theory suggest that these islands could have been the remnants of Atlantis, which was destroyed in a cataclysmic event that caused a massive flood or tsunami, submerging the once great civilization beneath the waves. The Azores and Canary Islands are also situated in the central Atlantic, within the vicinity of Plato's description of Atlantis, further adding to their plausibility as a possible location. The search for Atlantis is not limited to the literal interpretation of Plato's writings. Some researchers have taken a more metaphorical approach, seeing Atlantis as a symbol of lost knowledge or an ancient, advanced civilization that predated all known cultures. These ideas often center around the notion that a great cataclysm, possibly caused by a natural disaster such as an asteroid impact or a massive flood, destroyed a civilization with advanced technology and wisdom far beyond that of any other ancient society. This theory suggests that remnants of this lost civilization may have influenced later cultures, such as the ancient Egyptians, Sumerians, and even the Maya, through cultural diffusion or shared knowledge. Proponents of this idea point to similarities between Atlantis and the advanced technology and architecture seen in ancient cultures, such as the construction of the pyramids or the alignment of megalithic structures with celestial bodies, as evidence of the influence of a now-forgotten civilization. In addition to the search for physical evidence of Atlantis, there have also been numerous reports of unexplained phenomena that some believe may be connected to the lost city. For instance, certain locations around the world, such as the Bermuda Triangle and the Great Blue Hole in Belize, have been linked to stories of strange disappearances, unexplained electromagnetic anomalies, and unusual underwater formations. Some theorists suggest that these phenomena may be remnants of Atlantis or evidence of its once powerful technology, hidden beneath the ocean's surface. While most scientists attribute these occurrences to natural causes, the idea of Atlantis being a lost, technologically advanced civilization still captures the imagination of those seeking answers to the mysteries of the ancient world. Despite the centuries of searching, there is no definitive evidence to support the existence of Atlantis. Archaeological digs, underwater surveys, and geological studies have all failed to uncover conclusive proof of a lost civilization that fits Plato's description. This has led many historians and scholars to conclude that Atlantis was a myth, created by Plato as a moral tale to warn against the dangers of excessive power and corruption. Others, however, remain convinced that the story of Atlantis is based on a real event, a cataclysmic disaster that wiped out a once great civilization, leaving behind only fragmented memories and myths. The lack of evidence, while frustrating to some, has not deterred the allure of Atlantis, and the search for the lost city continues to inspire new generations of explorers, historians, and dreamers. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of the Atlantis story is the enduring belief that the city exists, whether in the form of ancient ruins beneath the ocean or as a mythic archetype embedded in the human psyche. Atlantis symbolizes something deeper than just a lost city. It represents the eternal quest for knowledge, the pursuit of greatness, and the fear of societal collapse. In many ways, the search for Atlantis is not just about finding a physical location, but about uncovering the hidden truths of our past and understanding the delicate balance between human progress and downfall. As long as the idea of Atlantis endures, so too will the search for its secrets, a search that may never truly end. Whether or not Atlantis existed in the way Plato described, the idea of the lost city remains one of humanity's most enduring mysteries, forever tethered to the quest for understanding the ancient world and our place in it. The Nazca Lines, etched into the arid plains of southern Peru, remain one of the world's most perplexing and fascinating archaeological enigmas. Stretching over 200 square miles, these vast geoglyphs depict an astonishing array of figures, ranging from simple geometric shapes to intricate animals, plants, and humanoid figures. Some of the lines measure hundreds of meters in length, while others are as wide as several meters across. From the ground, these designs are virtually impossible to comprehend in their full scale and detail. It is only from the air that the true enormity and precision of the Nazca Lines become clear. The question that has baffled scholars, archaeologists, and adventurers for decades is, why were these immense figures created, and how were they constructed with such precision? The most famous of the Nazca Lines are the large-scale depictions of animals such as the hummingbird, monkey, spider, and whale. Other figures include geometric patterns, straight lines, and trapezoidal shapes, which appear to stretch for miles across the desert landscape. The construction of these geoglyphs involved removing the reddish-brown iron oxide-coated stones that cover the desert surface, revealing the lighter-colored earth beneath. This relatively simple technique, however, was not without its challenges. The sheer scale and complexity of the designs suggest a highly organized society with significant labor resources and an advanced understanding of geometry and planning. Yet, the Nazca people, who created these lines, did not possess the technology to view the patterns from above, raising intriguing questions about how they achieved such precision. One of the most puzzling aspects of the Nazca lines is their purpose. Over the years, various theories have emerged, each attempting to explain the motivation behind their creation. Some researchers believe that the lines served as a form of astronomical calendar or observatory. Certain alignments of the geoglyphs correspond with celestial events, such as the solstices and the movements of the sun and stars. The largest and most famous lines, such as the ones shaped like animals and geometric figures, are often thought to have been designed to align with specific constellations or celestial phenomena, possibly for ceremonial or religious purposes. This theory suggests that the Nazca people might have used the lines to track celestial events that were crucial for agricultural cycles or religious rituals, linking their earthly existence to the heavens. However, there is no direct evidence that the Nazca lines were used as observatories, nor is there consensus among scholars that the lines were purely astronomical in purpose. Some researchers suggest that the lines may have had religious significance. The Nazca civilization was known for its elaborate religious practices, and it is possible that the geoglyphs were designed to communicate with the gods. The designs could have been offerings or prayers, intended to attract divine favor or to ensure successful crops and fertility. The animals depicted in the lines, such as the spider and monkey, are also commonly associated with local deities and symbols of fertility, suggesting that the lines might have had a symbolic function in the Nazca religious worldview. Another theory proposes that the lines were created as part of a ritualistic or ceremonial process. In this interpretation, the lines and figures were not meant to be viewed from above but instead were a kind of sacred path or pilgrimage route. The Nazca people may have walked along the lines as part of their religious practices, with the geoglyphs serving as a guide for rituals or processions. This theory is supported by evidence that suggests the Nazca people engaged in ceremonial activities at various points along the lines, including the creation of shrines and the use of nearby underground aqueducts, known as puquios, which were also integral to the civilization's water management system. Despite the many theories, the true purpose of the Nazca lines remains elusive. Some scholars have even proposed that the lines were created for more practical purposes, such as marking pathways or territorial boundaries. Others suggest that the designs might have been related to a form of early communication or storytelling, with the geoglyphs serving as symbols or markers that conveyed cultural or historical significance. The variety of interpretations only adds to the mystery of the Nazca lines, as no single explanation has been universally accepted. What is clear, however, is that the creation of these massive geoglyphs required considerable effort, resources, and a high level of coordination, suggesting that the Nazca civilization was a highly organized society. The construction of the Nazca lines also presents a mystery in terms of the technology and methods used. The Nazca people, who lived between 500 BCE and 500 CE, did not have the wheel, large tools, or advanced surveying equipment that we would associate with large-scale construction projects today. Yet, despite these technological limitations, the lines are incredibly precise, with sharp angles, straight edges, and geometric shapes that span vast distances. How did the Nazca people achieve such accuracy without being able to view the entire design from a central vantage point? Some researchers have speculated that they used simple tools such as ropes, stakes, and wooden instruments to guide their work. Others suggest that the builders may have used the stars or the movement of the sun to guide their designs, creating alignment points that could be observed and adjusted as they worked. The Nazca lines are not the only geoglyphs of their kind. Similar ancient geoglyphs, such as the Peruvian geoglyphs of the Paracas culture and the giant figures of the Atacama Desert in Chile, suggest that the practice of creating large-scale earthworks was not unique to the Nazca civilization but rather a broader cultural phenomenon in pre-Columbian South America. This raises further questions about the shared cultural, religious, and technological practices that may have linked these different civilizations and how they might have communicated and influenced one another. Were the Nazca lines a part of a larger tradition of earth-based art and symbolism, or were they an isolated creation with a unique purpose and meaning? In addition to their enigmatic construction, the Nazca lines have attracted attention for their preservation. Despite being exposed to the harsh conditions of the desert for over a millennium, the lines have remained remarkably well preserved. The region's dry climate, combined with minimal rainfall and a lack of vegetation, has prevented the geoglyphs from eroding away over time. This has allowed modern archaeologists and researchers to study the lines in their near-original state. Yet, this preservation also raises questions about the future of the Nazca lines. Recent concerns over environmental changes, such as the expansion of human settlements, tourism, and agricultural activities, have led some to worry about the long-term preservation of the geoglyphs. Efforts are now underway to protect the site from further damage, with organizations working to limit access, raise awareness, and implement conservation measures to safeguard these extraordinary cultural artifacts. The Nazca lines continue to capture the imagination of those who seek to understand the mysteries of ancient civilizations. They embody the intersection of art, religion, technology, and society, offering a glimpse into the worldview of the Nazca people. While the precise purpose and methods behind their creation remain elusive, the lines stand as enduring testaments to the ingenuity and cultural richness of one of ancient Peru's most fascinating civilizations. Each new discovery and interpretation adds layers to the mystery, ensuring that the Nazca lines will continue to intrigue and inspire generations of explorers, researchers, and dreamers. As we look toward the future, the lines of Nazca stand as a symbol of the enduring human quest for meaning, knowledge, and connection to the world around us. The Great Sphinx of Giza, one of the most iconic monuments in the world, has captivated the curiosity of both historians and laypeople alike for centuries. Carved from a single mass of limestone, this colossal figure with the body of a lion and the head of a pharaoh sits on the Giza Plateau in Egypt, guarding the pyramids of the Old Kingdom. Standing at over 240 feet long, 66 feet high, and 20 feet wide, the Sphinx is one of the largest and oldest statues ever created by human hands. However, despite its monumental presence and significance, the true origins, purpose, and methods behind its construction remain shrouded in mystery, contributing to the enduring allure surrounding the monument. The Sphinx has long been a symbol of power, wisdom, and enigma, but much of its history and purpose continue to elude us. One of the central mysteries surrounding the Sphinx is its origin. While traditional Egyptology attributes its creation to the reign of the pharaoh Khafre during the 4th dynasty, around 2500 BCE, there is a growing body of evidence and alternative theories suggesting that the Sphinx may be much older than previously believed. Geological analysis of the weathering patterns on the Sphinx's body and surrounding structures has led some researchers to propose that the monument could date back as far as 10,000 BCE, well before the time of Khafre. The erosion marks on the Sphinx, particularly the deep vertical grooves on its body, suggest that it may have been subjected to prolonged rainfall, a phenomenon that was much more common in the region thousands of years ago, during a wetter period in the Earth's history. If this theory is correct, the Sphinx could predate ancient Egyptian civilization by several millennia, indicating that its creators might have belonged to a lost civilization whose knowledge and achievements have been lost to time. The debate over the Sphinx's age raises questions about the civilization that could have constructed such a monument. If the Sphinx is indeed older than the pharaohs of ancient Egypt, then who were its builders? Some theorists suggest that the monument was the work of an advanced, but unknown civilization, possibly one that existed during the Ice Age. These theorists point to the advanced engineering and astronomical knowledge required to create such a monument, which they believe could not have been possessed by the primitive societies that emerged in Egypt thousands of years later. This lost civilization, according to some hypotheses, could have been a precursor to the ancient Egyptians, passing down their knowledge of architecture, astronomy, and other sciences to future generations. Others, however, argue that the Sphinx was created by the Egyptians themselves, as part of their grand vision of building monumental structures to honor the gods and pharaohs. The mystery surrounding the Sphinx's true age only adds to its mystique, creating a sense of wonder and speculation that continues to fuel debate and exploration. Another mystery that has long puzzled researchers is the purpose of the Sphinx. The lost city of Petra, carved into the rose-red cliffs of southern Jordan, stands as one of the most remarkable archaeological sites in the world, drawing thousands of visitors each year with its breathtaking beauty and fascinating history. As a thriving metropolis of the ancient Nabatean civilization, Petra was once a hub of commerce, culture, and architecture. Known for its intricate rock-cut architecture, sophisticated water management systems, and strategic location at the crossroads of ancient trade routes, Petra was an impressive feat of engineering and urban planning. Yet, despite its grandeur and historical significance, the city remained a mystery to the Western world until it was rediscovered by Swiss explorer Johann Ludwig Burckhardt in 1812. Since then, Petra has continued to capture the imagination of historians, archaeologists, and adventurers, offering a glimpse into the ingenuity and accomplishments of the Nabateans. However, much about Petra's origins, its cultural significance, and the reasons for its eventual decline remain shrouded in mystery. Petra was established as the capital of the Nabatean kingdom in the 4th century BCE, and it flourished for several centuries as a center of trade and culture. The Nabateans, a group of Arab nomads, were known for their exceptional skills in water management, engineering, and architecture. The city's strategic location at the crossroads of trade routes connecting Arabia, Egypt, Syria, and Palestine allowed it to become a key player in the trade of goods such as spices, incense, silk, and precious metals. Petra's wealth and importance grew as it became a critical link between East and West, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultures. The Nabateans, skilled traders and diplomats, built their city to accommodate the thriving commercial activity, constructing elaborate tombs, temples, and public buildings in the rose-colored sandstone cliffs. One of the most striking features of Petra is its rock-cut architecture, which has earned the city the nickname, the Rose City. The Nabateans carved entire buildings, tombs, and passageways into the cliff faces of Petra's mountainous terrain, creating a city that seamlessly integrated with its natural environment. The most famous of these structures is Al-Khazna, or the Treasury, a grand tomb carved into a towering sandstone facade. Standing over 40 meters tall, Al-Khazna is a masterpiece of Nabatean architecture, with its ornate facades, columns, and intricate carvings. The sheer scale and intricacy of Petra's rock-cut architecture are a testament to the skill and ingenuity of the Nabateans, who were able to harness the natural landscape to create a city that was both functional and visually stunning. The Treasury, along with other iconic structures such as the monastery and the Roman-style theater, continues to awe visitors and scholars alike with its beauty and precision. In addition to its architectural achievements, Petra was also renowned for its advanced water management systems. The Nabateans were master engineers who understood the importance of water in the arid desert environment of southern Jordan. They developed an intricate system of dams, cisterns, channels, and reservoirs to collect and store rainwater, ensuring a reliable water supply for the city's inhabitants. The water management system allowed Petra to thrive in an otherwise inhospitable region, supporting a population of thousands and enabling the city to flourish as a major trading hub. The Nabateans' expertise in water management not only contributed to Petra's prosperity but also played a key role in the city's defense. The system allowed the Nabateans to withstand sieges and natural disasters, making Petra a formidable stronghold for centuries. Despite its impressive achievements, Petra's decline remains a subject of much debate. The city began to lose its significance in the 2nd century CE, when the Roman Empire annexed the Nabatean kingdom and incorporated Petra into its vast territories. Under Roman rule, Petra's strategic importance diminished as trade routes shifted and new centers of commerce emerged. In addition, a series of natural disasters, including earthquakes, further contributed to the city's decline. The Roman Empire's control over the region, combined with the changing political and economic landscape, led to a slow but steady decline in Petra's importance. By the 7th century, the city had been largely abandoned, its once thriving population dispersed, and its magnificent structures left to the ravages of time. The reasons for Petra's decline are multifaceted, but the shift in trade routes is often cited as the primary factor. As the Roman Empire expanded, new trade routes were established that bypassed Petra, diminishing its role as a central hub for commerce. The rise of sea routes also played a role in reducing the importance of overland trade, as maritime trade between the Mediterranean and the Arabian Peninsula became more efficient. This economic shift, combined with political instability and a changing geopolitical landscape, left Petra increasingly isolated and vulnerable. In addition, natural disasters, such as the devastating earthquakes that struck the region in the 4th and 6th centuries, contributed to the physical destruction of Petra's infrastructure, further hastening its decline. Despite its abandonment, Petra remained largely forgotten by the Western world for centuries. Its remote location, hidden in the rugged mountains of southern Jordan, kept it out of sight of explorers and scholars. Although the city was known to local Bedouins, it was not until Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, a Swiss explorer, rediscovered Petra in 1812 that the world became aware of its existence. Burckhardt's discovery sparked a wave of interest in the ancient city, and over the following decades, archaeological expeditions began to uncover the full extent of Petra's grandeur. However, despite the efforts of archaeologists and historians, many aspects of Petra's history, culture, and eventual decline remain elusive. One of the most enduring mysteries of Petra is its relationship with the broader ancient world. While the Nabateans were skilled traders and diplomats, very little is known about their language, customs, and religious practices. Petra was home to a diverse population, including Arabs, Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans, all of whom left their mark on the city's culture. The Nabateans themselves were known for their ability to assimilate elements from other cultures, incorporating Greek, Roman, and Egyptian influences into their art, architecture, and religious practices. The city's religious life was centered around a pantheon of deities, with the chief god being Dushra, the Nabatean god of rain and fertility. Temples dedicated to Dushra and other deities can still be seen throughout Petra, offering insight into the spiritual life of the Nabateans. Despite the many discoveries that have been made about Petra, much remains unknown about the city's true origins and cultural significance. Scholars continue to debate the extent of the Nabateans' influence on the ancient world and their interactions with other civilizations. Some believe that Petra played a key role in the development of trade routes and cultural exchange between East and West, while others suggest that it was a more isolated society that focused primarily on local concerns. Regardless of its true place in history, Petra remains a testament to the ingenuity, creativity, and resilience of the Nabatean people. Today, Petra is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the most popular tourist destinations in the Middle East. Visitors flock to the city to explore its stunning architecture, walk through the narrow Sikh, and marvel at the grandeur of the treasury and other monumental structures. Petra continues to inspire awe and fascination, with its rich history and breathtaking beauty leaving an indelible impression on all who visit. The city's enduring legacy as a symbol of ancient achievement and resilience is a reminder of the remarkable civilizations that once flourished in the deserts of the Arabian Peninsula. As archaeological work continues in Petra, new discoveries are constantly being made, shedding light on the city's complex history and offering further insight into the lives of its inhabitants. However, many mysteries remain, particularly regarding the reasons for its decline and the fate of the Nabatean civilization. Whether Petra's collapse was due to economic, political, or natural factors, the city's legacy endures as one of the most extraordinary archaeological sites in the world. It serves as a reminder of the ingenuity and resilience of the ancient peoples who built it, as well as a testament to the enduring mysteries of our shared human past. The mysterious Stonehenge, one of the world's most iconic and enigmatic monuments, stands proudly on the Salisbury Plain in southern England. This prehistoric site, composed of massive stone circles and earthworks, has captivated historians, archaeologists, and tourists for centuries. Although it has become a symbol of ancient Britain and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, much of its purpose and the methods used to construct it remain shrouded in mystery. Stonehenge's striking design, the complexity of its construction, and the advanced knowledge required to create such a monumental structure have led to countless theories about its origin, meaning, and function. What is clear, however, is that Stonehenge has stood the test of time, enduring through millennia and continuing to provoke awe and intrigue for all who encounter it. Stonehenge is believed to have been constructed in several phases, with the earliest stage dating back to around 3000 BCE, during the late Neolithic period. The original monument consisted of a circular ditch and bank, known as a henge, with smaller wooden posts placed within the circle. Over the following centuries, the site was gradually developed into the stone structure that we see today. The iconic stone circles, consisting of large upright stones and horizontal lintels, were erected during the late Neolithic to early Bronze Age period, around 2500 BCE. The stones used in the construction of Stonehenge are of two distinct types, the larger sarsen stones, which weigh several tons, and the smaller bluestones, which were transported from the Preseli Hills in Wales, some 150 miles away. One of the most compelling aspects of Stonehenge is the question of how these massive stones were transported and erected, given the limited technology available at the time. The sarsen stones, which form the outer ring of the structure, are believed to have been sourced locally, but the bluestones, which make up the inner circle and horseshoe-shaped formations, had to be transported across long distances, a feat that would have required immense planning, coordination, and manpower. Various theories have been proposed to explain how the stones were moved to the site, with suggestions ranging from the use of sledges and rollers to the construction of primitive cranes. Some even speculate that the stones may have been floated along waterways or dragged over land by teams of workers using ropes and manpower. The fact that the bluestones were transported from such a great distance adds an air of mystery to the monument, raising questions about the significance of these particular stones and why they were chosen for this purpose. The construction of Stonehenge also raises questions about the people who built it. Who were the individuals or groups responsible for the design and construction of such a monumental structure? Archaeological evidence suggests that the people who constructed Stonehenge were part of a complex society with advanced knowledge of engineering, astronomy, and social organization. The fact that such a massive and intricate project could be undertaken without the use of metal tools indicates that the builders had access to specialized knowledge and techniques. The construction of Stonehenge would have required a significant workforce, likely drawn from a large area, and the planning and coordination needed to transport the stones, erect the structures, and align them with astronomical events would have been an enormous undertaking. One of the most enduring mysteries of Stonehenge is its purpose. While there is no definitive answer, various theories have been proposed over the years. One of the most popular theories suggests that Stonehenge was a religious or ceremonial site, possibly used for rituals related to death, the afterlife, or the worship of gods and celestial bodies. The alignment of the stones with the solstices, particularly the sunrise on the summer solstice and the sunset on the winter solstice, has led many researchers to speculate that Stonehenge served as an astronomical observatory or a place of sun worship. The precision with which the monument is aligned with the movements of the sun suggests that the builders had an advanced understanding of the celestial cycle, which they may have used for agricultural or ritualistic purposes. The possibility that Stonehenge was used as a site for sun worship is supported by the discovery of other megalithic structures that also align with solar events. Throughout the ancient world, many cultures built structures that were aligned with the sun, the moon, and other celestial bodies, suggesting a widespread reverence for the cosmos. The connection between Stonehenge and the sun is particularly striking, as the monument's layout appears to mirror the movement of the sun across the sky, with the sarsen circle and the bluestone horseshoe aligning perfectly with the solstices. This alignment may have been intended to mark the changing of the seasons, a critical event for agrarian societies that relied on the sun's cycles to determine planting and harvesting times. Another theory posits that Stonehenge was a site of healing or pilgrimage. Evidence of human remains found in the vicinity of Stonehenge suggests that the site may have been visited by people from far and wide, possibly for the purpose of healing or spiritual rejuvenation. The bluestones, which were transported from the Preseli Hills in Wales, were once thought to possess mystical or curative properties, further fueling the idea that Stonehenge may have been a place of healing. The proximity of Stonehenge to the site of Doington Walls, another Neolithic monument, and the discovery of large feasts and ritual offerings in the area suggest that Stonehenge may have been part of a larger complex of sacred sites, drawing people from across the region for ceremonies and rituals. A more recent theory suggests that Stonehenge may have been a site of astronomical and calendrical significance. Researchers have found that the monument's alignment with the sun's movements is not only precise but also cyclical, with certain stones marking key points in the solar and lunar calendar. Some scholars have proposed that Stonehenge was used to track the passage of time, marking important events such as eclipses, solstices, and equinoxes. The fact that the monument's construction spans several centuries, with each phase of development reflecting a greater understanding of astronomy and mathematics, suggests that the builders were keenly aware of the passage of time and the importance of celestial events in shaping their lives. Despite the many theories, the true purpose of Stonehenge remains elusive. Some scholars have even suggested that Stonehenge had multiple functions, serving as a place of worship, a calendar, a healing site, and a symbol of social and political power. The ambiguity of its purpose only adds to its allure, as it invites further exploration and interpretation. The fact that Stonehenge continues to provoke such curiosity and debate over 4,000 years after its construction is a testament to its enduring mystery and significance. Over the years, numerous archaeological excavations have been conducted at Stonehenge, providing valuable insights into its construction and the people who built it. Excavations have uncovered tools, pottery, and human remains, helping to shed light on the lives of the people who lived and worked at the site. In recent years, advanced techniques such as ground-penetrating radar and 3D imaging have allowed researchers to map the site in greater detail, revealing hidden features and suggesting that the monument may have been even larger and more complex than previously thought. These discoveries continue to add layers to the mystery of Stonehenge, but many questions remain unanswered. As one of the world's most famous and iconic archaeological sites, Stonehenge continues to capture the imagination of people around the globe. Whether viewed as a spiritual temple, a scientific observatory, or a symbol of ancient engineering, the monument stands as a testament to the ingenuity and creativity of the people who constructed it. While much about Stonehenge remains a mystery, it is clear that the monument has played a significant role in the cultural and spiritual life of ancient Britain. Its enduring legacy as a symbol of mystery, power, and human achievement ensures that Stonehenge will continue to fascinate and inspire for generations to come. The search for answers, however, continues, as new research, discoveries, and technological advancements continue to unravel the layers of history surrounding this ancient wonder. The city of Machu Picchu, perched high in the Peruvian Andes, stands as one of the most stunning and mysterious archaeological sites in the world. Often referred to as the lost city of the Incas, this ancient citadel was hidden from the outside world until its rediscovery by Hiram Bingham in 1911. Since then, it has become a symbol of Inca ingenuity, their connection to the sacred landscape, and the enduring mystery of their civilization. Despite being one of the most iconic and visited sites in the world, much of the true purpose of Machu Picchu, the methods used in its construction, and the cultural significance of the site remain a subject of debate and intrigue. The mountain, the terraces, the structures, and even the layout of the city itself tell a story that is still being unraveled by modern archaeology, as researchers and explorers seek to understand how the Inca managed to create such an extraordinary complex in such a remote and challenging environment. Machu Picchu is situated on a mountain ridge at an altitude of 7,970 feet, 2,430 meters, making it a site that is both physically and geographically challenging to reach. The site overlooks the Urubamba River and is surrounded by lush, steep terrain that further enhances its isolation. This dramatic location, combined with the carefully planned construction of the city, gives the impression that Machu Picchu was meant to be hidden, perhaps deliberately concealed from outsiders or even from its own people. The question of why it was built in such a remote and difficult-to-reach location has been one of the central mysteries surrounding Machu Picchu. Some scholars speculate that it may have been a royal retreat for the Inca Emperor Pachacuti, who is often credited with its construction in the 15th century. Others believe that the site may have had religious or ceremonial significance, possibly serving as a pilgrimage destination or a sacred space dedicated to the worship of the sun and other deities. The construction of Machu Picchu is a testament to the architectural brilliance of the Inca civilization. The city is composed of numerous buildings, including temples, plazas, and residential areas, as well as agricultural terraces that help sustain the population. The most impressive aspect of Machu Picchu's construction is the quality of the stonework. The Inca were known for their skill in stone masonry, and the structures at Machu Picchu are an outstanding example of their craftsmanship. The stones used in the construction of the city are massive, with some weighing several tons, yet the Incas were able to fit them together with such precision that no mortar was needed to hold them in place. The stones are so tightly fitted that even modern tools cannot penetrate the seams between them. This level of precision is remarkable, considering that the Inca had no metal tools and had to rely on rudimentary methods to shape and transport the stones. The exact methods used by the Inca to cut, move, and position the stones remain a subject of much speculation. Some researchers believe that the Incas may have used simple tools such as copper chisels, wooden levers, and ropes to shape the stones and move them into place. Others suggest that they may have employed more sophisticated techniques, such as the use of natural water to soften the stone or a system of ramps and pulleys to transport the massive blocks. Regardless of the methods used, the fact that Machu Picchu's structures have stood the test of time, surviving centuries of earthquakes, landslides, and other natural disasters, speaks to the skill and knowledge of the Inca builders. In addition to the impressive stonework, Machu Picchu is also notable for its advanced water management system. The Inca were experts in hydrology, and they incorporated a sophisticated network of aqueducts, fountains, and drainage systems into the design of the city. This system allowed them to bring fresh water to the site, even in such a remote and high-altitude location. The water was channeled through stone channels, and fountains were strategically placed throughout the city to provide access to clean water for drinking, bathing, and religious ceremonies. The Inca also designed a complex drainage system to prevent the accumulation of water during the rainy season, ensuring that the city remained habitable and functional even during periods of heavy rainfall. One of the most striking features of Machu Picchu is its alignment with astronomical events, particularly the movement of the sun. The city's layout is thought to have been carefully designed to correspond with the celestial cycle, with several structures aligned with the sun's movements during the solstices and equinoxes. The most famous example of this alignment is the Intihuatana stone, a ritual stone structure that is often referred to as the hitching post of the sun. The Intihuatana is located at the highest point of Machu Picchu and is believed to have been used as an astronomical observatory, allowing the Inca to track the movements of the sun, the stars, and other celestial bodies. During the winter solstice, the Intihuatana stone casts a shadow that is perfectly aligned with the cardinal directions, further highlighting the precision with which the Inca constructed the site. This suggests that Machu Picchu may have been an important center for astronomical observation and that the Inca had a deep understanding of the celestial world and its influence on life on Earth. The relationship between Machu Picchu and the Inca religion is another key aspect of the site's significance. The Inca were deeply spiritual people, and their religion was centered around the worship of natural forces, including the sun, the moon, the earth, and the mountains. Machu Picchu, with its strategic location high in the Andes, may have been a sacred space where the Inca could connect with the divine and conduct religious ceremonies. The site contains several temples, including the Temple of the Sun, which is dedicated to the sun god Inti, and the Temple of the Condor, which is thought to have been used for ritual purposes related to the worship of the condor, a symbol of the upper world in Inca cosmology. These temples and other structures within the city suggest that Machu Picchu played an important role in the religious and ceremonial life of the Inca. The question of whether Machu Picchu was a royal estate or a religious site has been the subject of much debate. Some researchers argue that the city was built as a royal retreat for the Inca Emperor Pachacuti, who is thought to have commissioned its construction in the 15th century. According to this theory, Machu Picchu was a place where the emperor could retreat from the stresses of ruling and engage in spiritual or ceremonial activities. Others believe that Machu Picchu was primarily a religious site, designed to honor the gods and serve as a place of pilgrimage. Some have even suggested that it may have been used as a place of initiation or training for Inca priests or noblemen. While there is no definitive answer to this question, it is clear that Machu Picchu was a place of great spiritual and cultural significance for the Inca. The decline of Machu Picchu is another area of intrigue. It is widely believed that the site was abandoned in the 16th century, around the time of the Spanish conquest of the Inca Empire. The reasons for its abandonment are not fully understood, but some researchers suggest that the site may have been abandoned due to its isolation and the difficulties in accessing it during the Spanish invasion. Others propose that it may have been abandoned as part of a larger shift in Inca society, as the empire's political and cultural centers shifted to new locations. Regardless of the reason for its abandonment, Machu Picchu was left largely untouched for centuries, and its location in the remote Andes Mountains ensured that it remained hidden from the outside world until its rediscovery in the early 20th century. Today, Machu Picchu stands as a powerful reminder of the Inca civilization and their remarkable achievements. Despite the many mysteries that surround the site, it continues to inspire awe and fascination among visitors from around the world. The city's extraordinary construction, its alignment with the celestial world, and its deep spiritual significance all contribute to its status as one of the most important archaeological sites in the world. As research continues and new discoveries are made, the mysteries of Machu Picchu will continue to captivate scholars and visitors alike, offering a glimpse into a lost world and a civilization that, though long gone, continues to influence our understanding of history and culture. The enduring allure of Machu Picchu ensures that it will remain a symbol of human achievement and mystery for generations to come. The ancient city of Teotihuacan, located just northeast of modern-day Mexico City, stands as one of the most monumental and mysterious archaeological sites in the Americas. Its grandeur, precise urban planning, and breathtaking structures leave a lasting impression on anyone who visits. The name Teotihuacan itself, which means, the place where the gods were created, in the Nahuatl language, hints at the city's immense religious and cultural significance. With its towering pyramids, expansive avenues, and complex layout, Teotihuacan was once one of the largest and most influential cities in the ancient world, home to hundreds of thousands of people. Despite its importance, however, much about Teotihuacan remains shrouded in mystery. The identity of its builders, the reasons for its rapid rise and eventual decline, and the exact purpose of its most significant structures are all subjects of intense debate among archaeologists, historians, and scholars. Teotihuacan was founded around 200 BCE, during the early stages of the Mesoamerican Classic period. Over the course of several centuries, it grew into a vast urban center, covering approximately 8 square miles, 20 square kilometers, at its peak. The city was carefully planned and constructed, with wide streets, large residential complexes, and massive public buildings. The most iconic features of Teotihuacan are its monumental pyramids, the Pyramid of the Sun, the Pyramid of the Moon, and the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, also known as the Feathered Serpent Pyramid. These structures not only served as awe-inspiring architectural feats but also had profound religious and ceremonial significance. At the heart of Teotihuacan lies the Avenue of the Dead, a broad, north-south oriented street that stretches over 2 miles. This central avenue is lined with impressive pyramidal structures and public buildings, forming the backbone of the city's urban design. The Avenue of the Dead is so named because the structures along it resemble tombs or monuments to the dead, though their exact function is still debated. Some researchers believe that the avenue was intended to symbolize the journey of the sun through the underworld, with the various structures representing stages in the journey. Others suggest that the avenue was primarily a ceremonial route, used for religious processions and rituals. The Pyramid of the Sun is the largest and most dominant structure in Teotihuacan. Standing at a height of 216 feet, 66 meters, it was once the tallest building in pre-Columbian America. The pyramid is aligned with the movements of the sun, with its base facing directly toward the setting sun on the summer solstice. This alignment suggests that the Pyramid of the Sun may have had an important role in the city's religious practices, possibly serving as a site for solar worship. Excavations beneath the pyramid have revealed evidence of earlier buildings, suggesting that the structure was expanded over time. Despite its monumental size, the purpose of the Pyramid of the Sun remains unclear. Some scholars propose that it may have been dedicated to a sun god or associated with agricultural cycles, while others argue that it may have served as a burial site or as a platform for elite rituals. The Pyramid of the Moon, located at the northern end of the Avenue of the Dead, is another significant structure in Teotihuacan. Although smaller than the Pyramid of the Sun, it is equally impressive in its design and symbolism. The Pyramid of the Moon is aligned with the surrounding mountains, creating a strong visual connection between the city and the natural landscape. Like the Pyramid of the Sun, the Pyramid of the Moon was likely used for ceremonial purposes, and it may have been associated with the worship of the moon or fertility gods. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of elaborate rituals performed at the pyramid, including the remains of offerings and sacrificial rituals. The pyramid's location at the northern end of the Avenue of the Dead suggests that it may have symbolized the northern direction in Teotihuacan cosmology, which was often associated with death and the underworld. One of the most fascinating and enigmatic structures at Teotihuacan is the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, also known as the Feathered Serpent Pyramid. This pyramid is decorated with intricate carvings of serpents, a motif that is often associated with the Mesoamerican god Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. Quetzalcoatl was one of the most important deities in Mesoamerican religion, representing the forces of creation, fertility, and life. The pyramid's decoration and its association with Quetzalcoatl suggest that it may have been a place of worship for this god, and it is believed that large-scale ceremonies and offerings were conducted here. The Temple of Quetzalcoatl also stands out due to its unique architectural features, such as the presence of a large platform at the top of the pyramid, which may have been used for ritual performances or offerings. The role of religion and ritual in Teotihuacan society is one of the most fascinating aspects of the city's history. It is believed that the city was not only a political and economic center but also a major religious hub for the wider Mesoamerican world. The Teotihuacanos, as the inhabitants of Teotihuacan are known, practiced a religion that was deeply intertwined with nature, the cosmos, and the cycles of life. Temples, altars, and ceremonial spaces were scattered throughout the city, with each structure potentially dedicated to a different deity or celestial phenomenon. The people of Teotihuacan also practiced human sacrifice, a ritual that played a central role in their religious practices. Archaeological evidence suggests that individuals were sacrificed as offerings to the gods, particularly in association with the construction of large public buildings and the completion of major ritual events. Despite its religious significance, the identity of the people who built and inhabited Teotihuacan remains one of the city's greatest mysteries. Unlike many other ancient civilizations, the Teotihuacanos left behind no written records or inscriptions that could provide insight into their history, culture, or language. This lack of written documentation has made it difficult for scholars to piece together a coherent narrative of the city's rise and fall. The Teotihuacanos did, however, leave behind a rich material culture, including murals, pottery, and artifacts that offer clues about their society. The murals, which adorn the walls of several buildings in Teotihuacan, depict scenes of daily life, religious rituals, and celestial events, providing valuable insights into the culture and worldview of the Teotihuacanos. One of the most remarkable aspects of Teotihuacan is the sheer scale and sophistication of its urban planning. The city was laid out in a grid pattern, with streets and avenues carefully aligned with the cardinal directions. This level of urban planning suggests that the Teotihuacanos had a highly organized society with specialized knowledge of geometry and astronomy. The city's construction also required an immense labor force, which may have been drawn from various regions of Mesoamerica. The fact that the city was built so quickly and on such a large scale suggests that it was governed by a powerful elite who had the resources to mobilize large numbers of people and labor. The rise and fall of Teotihuacan are equally enigmatic. The city reached its peak around 450 CE, at which time it was home to an estimated 100,000 to 200,000 people, making it one of the largest cities in the world at the time. The city's influence spread throughout Mesoamerica, and it is believed that Teotihuacan had a profound impact on other cultures, including the Maya and the Zapotecs. However, by the early 7th century, Teotihuacan had experienced a rapid decline, and the city was abandoned by the end of the century. The reasons for this decline remain unclear. Some theories suggest that internal conflict or social unrest may have played a role, while others propose that environmental factors, such as drought or resource depletion, contributed to the city's downfall. Regardless of the cause, the abandonment of Teotihuacan marks the end of one of the most powerful and influential cities in ancient Mesoamerica. Today, Teotihuacan is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the most visited archaeological sites in the world. It continues to fascinate scholars, tourists, and explorers alike, who come to marvel at its impressive pyramids, explore its ancient streets, and ponder the mysteries of its past. Despite extensive research and excavation, Teotihuacan's secrets remain elusive, leaving much to be discovered about the people who built it and the purpose it served. As new technologies and methodologies in archaeology emerge, it is likely that more answers will be uncovered, but the true essence of Teotihuacan, its purpose, its creators, and its eventual decline, may forever remain one of the great mysteries of the ancient world. The ancient city of Angkor, located in present-day Cambodia, stands as one of the most spectacular and mysterious remnants of an ancient civilization. Once the heart of the Khmer Empire, which dominated much of Southeast Asia from the 9th to the 15th centuries, Angkor was a thriving metropolis, a cultural hub, and a center of power and religion. The ruins of Angkor today are a testament to the extraordinary achievements of the Khmer people, showcasing their advanced knowledge in architecture, engineering, and water management. However, despite the impressive nature of the ruins, the true story behind Angkor's rise to greatness, its cultural significance, and its eventual decline remains an enigma. Angkor is a city of contradictions. While its temples are considered masterpieces of architectural design and art, the reasons for its abandonment and the mysteries surrounding its downfall continue to puzzle historians and archaeologists. The Khmer Empire, which lasted from the 9th to the 15th century, was one of the most powerful and sophisticated civilizations of Southeast Asia. At the height of its power, the empire controlled much of present-day Cambodia, Thailand, Laos, and Vietnam, and Angkor was its grand capital. The city was not just a political center but also a religious and cultural epicenter. The ancient city of Angkor, spread across more than 160 square miles, was home to numerous temples, royal palaces, reservoirs, and roads. Among its most famous and recognizable structures is Angkor Wat, the largest religious monument in the world. Originally dedicated to the Hindu god Vishnu, Angkor Wat's intricate carvings, massive scale, and precision alignment with the stars make it one of the most awe-inspiring architectural wonders on the planet. Angkor Wat is a prime example of the grandeur and religious significance that permeated the Khmer Empire. Built in the early 12th century by King Suryavarman II, Angkor Wat was designed not only as a temple but also as a representation of the cosmic world. Its layout, with its central tower rising to a height of 65 meters, is believed to symbolize Mount Meru, the center of the universe in Hindu and Buddhist cosmology. The temple is surrounded by a moat, which is thought to represent the cosmic ocean. Its intricate bas-reliefs depict scenes from Hindu mythology, including the famous churning of the ocean of milk, which tells the story of the gods and demons working together to churn the sea in search of the elixir of immortality. These carvings are not only beautiful works of art but also serve as a visual representation of the Khmer Empire's cosmological beliefs. Angkor Wat is perhaps the most well-known of Angkor's temples, but it is far from the only one. The Bayon Temple, located in the heart of Angkor Thom, the ancient royal city, is another marvel of Khmer architecture. The Bayon is best known for its 200-plus stone faces, which are thought to represent the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara or perhaps King Jayavarman VII himself. The temple's complex, maze-like layout, with its galleries and towers, reflects the intricate and multifaceted nature of Khmer religious and royal life. The faces that adorn the towers are enigmatic, their expressions ranging from serene to mysterious, and they serve as a reminder of the fusion of divinity and kingship in the Khmer worldview. Another notable temple in the Angkor complex is Ta Prohm, which has been left in much the same state as it was found, with massive tree roots sprawling over its ruins. The temple was built in the late 12th century by King Jayavarman VII and is dedicated to the Buddha. It is unique because, unlike most of Angkor's temples, it has not been restored or cleared of the overgrowth of vegetation. The fusion of stone and nature in Ta Prohm is a striking image of the passage of time and the power of nature to reclaim human creations. The temple's haunting beauty and the way nature intertwines with architecture have made it one of the most popular sites in Angkor, famously featured in the film Tomb Raider. The scale and complexity of Angkor's infrastructure also speak to the advanced knowledge and organizational skills of the Khmer Empire. One of the most impressive feats of engineering in Angkor is its water management system, which allowed the city to support a large population and thrive in an otherwise challenging environment. The Khmer built an extensive network of canals, reservoirs, and artificial lakes, including the vast artificial lake of West Baray, which measures about 8 kilometers by 2 kilometers. These water systems were essential for agriculture, particularly rice cultivation, and they helped regulate the seasonal flooding and droughts that affected the region. The precise planning and execution of these water management systems demonstrate the Khmer Empire's sophisticated understanding of hydraulics and its ability to manipulate the natural environment to sustain a large and prosperous urban center. Despite the grandeur and technical achievements of Angkor, the reasons for its eventual decline and abandonment remain a subject of debate. By the 15th century, the once mighty Khmer Empire began to experience a series of internal and external challenges that led to the city's gradual abandonment. Some historians suggest that the empire's political instability, combined with frequent invasions by neighboring kingdoms, played a significant role in the decline of Angkor. In particular, the Thai kingdom of Ayutthaya launched repeated raids on Angkor during the 14th and 15th centuries, which weakened the empire's ability to defend its capital. The fall of Angkor Thom, the royal city, in the 15th century marked the end of the golden age of the Khmer Empire. Another theory for the city's decline is environmental factors. The complex water management systems that supported the city, while ingenious, may have been a double-edged sword. Some researchers suggest that the water systems were eventually overburdened, leading to a series of catastrophic failures. The Khmer may have also overstretched their agricultural resources, leading to soil erosion and deforestation. The combination of these environmental stresses, compounded by political unrest and external invasions, may have triggered the collapse of the city. There are also theories that suggest a religious or cultural shift could have played a role in Angkor's downfall. As Buddhism began to gain more influence in the region, the Khmer kings shifted their focus away from Hinduism and began to embrace Buddhist practices. This shift may have led to a gradual change in the way the city was used and the temples were maintained. Some scholars speculate that as the Khmer Empire embraced Buddhism more fully, the Hindu temples at Angkor, such as Angkor Wat, may have lost their central importance, leading to the gradual abandonment of the city. Today, Angkor stands as a haunting reminder of the Khmer Empire's once glorious civilization, attracting millions of visitors each year who come to admire the beauty and mystery of its temples. The vast site is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and ongoing archaeological work continues to uncover new secrets about the ancient city. Advances in technology, including aerial surveys, ground-penetrating radar, and LiDAR mapping, have revealed previously unknown structures and hidden features beneath the jungle canopy, suggesting that Angkor was even larger and more complex than previously thought. Yet, despite the modern tools at our disposal, many questions remain about Angkor's past. The identity of its original inhabitants, the precise reasons for its rise to prominence, and the full extent of its influence on Southeast Asian history are still subjects of intense research and speculation. Angkor is not just a collection of temples but a cultural and religious epicenter that offers valuable insights into the ancient world and the ways in which human societies interact with their environment. Angkor also holds profound symbolic significance for the Cambodian people today. The temples of Angkor, particularly Angkor Wat, are central to Cambodia's national identity and pride. Angkor Wat's image is featured on the country's flag, and it is seen as a symbol of the Khmer people's resilience and cultural heritage. The continued study and preservation of Angkor not only help us understand the history of the Khmer Empire but also ensure that this remarkable civilization's legacy endures for future generations. The mysteries of Angkor, from its rise to its eventual decline, continue to captivate the imagination. Its awe-inspiring temples, engineering feats, and cultural richness leave us with a deep respect for the civilization that built it, even as the secrets of their world remain just beyond our reach. As time goes on and research progresses, it is likely that new discoveries will shed light on the unanswered questions about Angkor's past, but the city's enduring mystique ensures that it will forever be a symbol of the greatness and mystery of ancient civilizations. The ancient city of Petra, often called the Rose City, due to the color of its stone structures, stands as one of the most remarkable and enigmatic archaeological sites in the world. Located in the southern part of modern-day Jordan, Petra was once the thriving capital of the Nabatean kingdom, a powerful and prosperous civilization that dominated trade routes in the ancient world. The city's grandeur, carved into the rose-colored rock of the Petra Gorge, and its advanced infrastructure continue to awe and inspire those who visit it. However, despite its fame and beauty, the history of Petra, the methods used to construct it, and the reasons for its decline remain shrouded in mystery. Even with extensive archaeological research, Petra continues to reveal new secrets about the ancient Nabateans and their civilization. The Nabateans, a nomadic Arab tribe, established Petra as their capital in the 4th century BCE. Situated at the crossroads of ancient trade routes, Petra flourished as a center for commerce, connecting the Mediterranean world with the Arabian Peninsula and beyond. The city's strategic location allowed the Nabateans to control trade in valuable goods such as frankincense, myrrh, spices, and precious metals, making Petra an essential hub for merchants traveling between the east and west. The wealth generated from this trade allowed the Nabateans to build a sophisticated and well-planned city, with elaborate water management systems, monumental architecture, and intricate carvings, all of which speak to the advanced engineering and artistic skills of the Nabatean people. Petra's most iconic feature is its rock-cut architecture. The city's buildings, temples, tombs, and even entire streets were carved directly into the rose-hued sandstone cliffs that surround the Petra Gorge. The most famous of these structures is Al-Khazna, or the Treasury, a magnificent temple or tomb that has become the symbol of Petra. With its grand facade, adorned with elaborate columns, statues, and intricate carvings, Al-Khazna stands as a testament to the Nabateans' exceptional craftsmanship. The facade of the treasury is often compared to the architecture of ancient Greek temples, though it also exhibits unique elements that reflect the Nabateans' fusion of local traditions with influences from Greek, Egyptian, and Persian cultures. The treasury, which is believed to have been built in the 1st century BCE, is not only an architectural marvel but also an important cultural symbol. The Nabateans were known for their skill in blending elements from various cultures, and this is evident in the treasury's design. The structure features a combination of Hellenistic-style columns and Egyptian-style statues, demonstrating the Nabateans' ability to incorporate and adapt diverse architectural styles into their own unique creations. The function of the treasury remains a subject of debate, with some scholars believing that it was a royal tomb, while others propose that it was a temple or ceremonial site. Regardless of its exact purpose, the treasury is an iconic representation of Petra's grandeur and the sophistication of Nabatean architecture. Another significant feature of Petra is its vast network of tombs, which are carved into the cliffs and hills surrounding the city. These tombs, often elaborately decorated with carvings of gods, animals, and scenes of daily life, provide valuable insights into the religious beliefs and social practices of the Nabatean people. The most famous tombs are located in the Royal Tombs complex, which includes the Urn tomb, the Silk tomb, and the Corinthian tomb. These tombs are distinguished by their large, intricate facades, which are carved into the rock and decorated with elaborate reliefs. The Urn tomb, for example, features a large urn-like structure at the top of its facade, which may have been intended to symbolize the soul's ascent to the afterlife. The Silk tomb, named for the colorful layers of rock that decorate its facade, features carvings of mythological figures and animals, adding to the symbolic significance of the tomb. The religious and cultural significance of these tombs is immense, as they reflect the beliefs of the Nabatean people regarding life after death and the role of the gods in the afterlife. The tombs were likely used for the burial of elite members of society, including kings, queens, and other high-ranking individuals. The elaborate carvings and architectural features of the tombs suggest that the Nabateans believed in a complex spiritual world and that they sought to ensure the comfort and protection of the deceased in the afterlife. The tombs are also indicative of the Nabateans' advanced understanding of architecture, as they were designed to withstand the harsh desert environment and the passage of time. One of the most remarkable aspects of Petra's construction is its water management system. Located in the arid region of southern Jordan, Petra was not naturally endowed with abundant water sources, yet the Nabateans managed to create a thriving city through an intricate network of water channels, cisterns, and reservoirs. The city's water system included a series of dams, channels, and aqueducts that diverted water from nearby springs and rainwater runoff into large cisterns for storage. These cisterns, located throughout the city, allowed the inhabitants of Petra to survive in the desert environment and sustain the city's population, even during periods of drought. The Nabateans were skilled engineers who were able to adapt their knowledge of water management to the unique challenges of the region. They built dams to collect seasonal rains and constructed channels that led the water to their homes, gardens, and public spaces. The use of water for irrigation allowed the Nabateans to cultivate crops in the harsh desert climate, contributing to the city's prosperity. The existence of this sophisticated water management system is one of the key factors that enabled Petra to become such a successful and enduring city in ancient times. Despite its success and prosperity, Petra's decline began in the 3rd century CE. Several factors are believed to have contributed to the city's eventual fall, including shifts in trade routes, changes in political power, and natural disasters. One of the most significant factors in Petra's decline was the shifting of trade routes. As the Roman Empire expanded, new trade routes were established, bypassing Petra and diminishing its role as a major commercial hub. The rise of the Roman Empire and its influence over the region also led to the weakening of the Nabatean kingdom, which eventually became part of the Roman province of Arabia. With the decline of Petra's commercial importance, the city gradually fell into obscurity. In addition to the changing trade routes, Petra was also affected by natural disasters, including earthquakes. The region is seismically active, and Petra experienced several devastating earthquakes during the 4th and 5th centuries CE. These earthquakes caused significant damage to the city's infrastructure, including many of its temples, tombs, and other monumental structures. The damage from these earthquakes, combined with the decline in trade and political instability, contributed to the eventual abandonment of Petra. By the 7th century, Petra had been largely abandoned and forgotten by the outside world. The city's remote location in the desert, coupled with the erosion of its once great trade network, led to its gradual decline. It was not until the early 19th century that Petra was rediscovered by Western explorers, and even then, its true significance remained largely unknown. Today, Petra is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the most visited archaeological sites in the world, attracting millions of tourists who come to marvel at its awe-inspiring rock-cut architecture, ancient tombs, and rich history. Despite its fame and recognition, many of the mysteries of Petra remain unsolved. The reasons for its rise, its wealth, and its eventual decline continue to fascinate historians and archaeologists. The Nabateans left behind no written records, and much of their history has been lost to time. However, the ruins of Petra, with their intricate carvings, advanced infrastructure, and monumental structures, continue to stand as a testament to the ingenuity and creativity of this ancient civilization. As research and archaeological work continue, new discoveries are being made that shed light on Petra's past. The city's hidden tombs, secret chambers, and hidden inscriptions offer tantalizing clues about the lives of the Nabateans and their culture. Petra's legacy, both as a cultural and architectural wonder and as a symbol of the rise and fall of an ancient civilization, remains as compelling as ever, and it continues to inspire awe and wonder in those who visit it. The ancient city of Chichen Itza, located in the heart of the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico, is one of the most significant and well-preserved archaeological sites of the Maya civilization. It stands as a testament to the ingenuity, scientific prowess, and architectural brilliance of the Maya people, who once dominated much of Mesoamerica. The site's grandeur, coupled with the complex and mysterious aspects of its construction, leaves an indelible mark on anyone who visits it. Chichen Itza's towering pyramids, expansive plazas, and intricate carvings tell a story of an ancient civilization that flourished for centuries, only to eventually fade into obscurity. However, despite centuries of exploration and research, many questions remain about the true significance of the site, its rulers, and the reasons for its sudden and dramatic decline. Chichen Itza was established around the 6th century CE and became one of the most powerful cities in the Maya lowlands. Its strategic location, near the vital trade routes that connected the Yucatan with other parts of Mesoamerica, allowed the city to prosper. The name, Chichen Itza, itself is derived from the Mayan words, chi, mouth, chen, well, and Itza, a group of people, which together mean, the mouth of the well of the Itza. The well refers to the city's famous cenote, a massive natural sinkhole that was once a vital source of water for the city's inhabitants. The cenote also held great religious significance, as it was believed to be a gateway to the underworld, where the gods resided. One of the most iconic features of Chichen Itza is the Pyramid of Kukulkan, also known as El Castillo. This massive step pyramid stands at a height of about 98 feet, 30 meters, and is the focal point of the city. The pyramid is dedicated to Kukulkan, the feathered serpent god, who was one of the most important deities in Maya religion. The pyramid's design is a stunning example of Maya astronomy and mathematical precision. Each of the four sides of the pyramid has 91 steps, which, when added together, total 364 steps, with the final platform at the top representing the 365th day of the year, corresponding to the number of days in the Maya solar calendar. This alignment reflects the Mayas' deep understanding of astronomy and their ability to integrate their religious beliefs into the architecture of their city. The most striking feature of the Pyramid of Kukulkan is the phenomenon that occurs during the spring and autumn equinoxes. As the sun sets on these days, a shadow is cast down the pyramid steps, creating the illusion of a serpent slithering down the pyramid side. This shadow effect, combined with the carvings of serpents at the base of the pyramid, symbolizes Kukulkan's descent to the earth. The event, which draws thousands of visitors each year, serves as a powerful reminder of the Mayas' ability to harness the forces of nature in their religious ceremonies. The pyramid is not just an architectural structure but also a ceremonial center where rituals dedicated to the gods were conducted. It is believed that human sacrifices were performed at the top of the pyramid, with the blood of the sacrificed individuals being offered to the gods in exchange for rain, good harvests, and protection. The Temple of the Warriors, located near the Pyramid of Kukulkan, is another remarkable structure in Chichen Itza. This large complex consists of a pyramid, a courtyard, and a series of columns adorned with carvings of warriors. The temple is thought to have been a place of worship dedicated to the god of war and the sun, and it was likely the site of military and religious rituals. The presence of the columns, which are carved in the shape of warriors, suggests that the temple was used for ceremonial purposes related to military victories and the affirmation of the power of the Maya rulers. The Temple of the Warriors is also notable for its connection to the nearby ball court, where ritual ball games were played. The ball game, which had symbolic significance, was often associated with themes of life, death, and the cosmic struggle between day and night. The outcome of the game was believed to have spiritual implications, and it is thought that the winners or losers might have been sacrificed to the gods. The city of Chichen Itza also contains the El Caracol, an observatory that demonstrates the Mayas' advanced knowledge of astronomy. The structure, which is built in the shape of a circular tower, was used by the Maya to observe the stars and track the movements of celestial bodies. El Caracol is thought to have been used to study Venus, which played a prominent role in Maya cosmology. The Maya saw Venus as a powerful symbol of both war and fertility, and its cycles were closely tied to the agricultural calendar. The observatory's design, with its windows and openings that align with the positions of celestial bodies, reflects the Mayas' deep understanding of the night sky and their ability to predict astronomical events. The fact that El Caracol was built as an observatory highlights the Mayas' advanced knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and the natural world. Chichen Itza's advanced engineering and architectural achievements are further demonstrated in its impressive water management systems. The city's inhabitants constructed a series of cenotes, reservoirs, and canals to ensure a steady supply of water, which was critical in the arid Yucatan Peninsula. The most famous of these water features is the Cenote Sagrado, or Sacred Cenote, a natural sinkhole located just north of the Pyramid of Kukulkan. This cenote was used for religious rituals, and it is believed that it was a site for offerings to the gods. Archaeological excavations have revealed numerous human remains, as well as valuable artifacts, including jade, gold, and pottery, all of which were likely offerings placed in the cenote to appease the gods. The cenote served as a connection between the living and the divine, and it played a central role in Maya religious practices. While Chichen Itza's architectural and engineering feats are awe-inspiring, the city's social and political organization remains a mystery. The Maya civilization, unlike other ancient cultures, did not have a centralized government or a single ruler. Instead, it was made up of a network of independent city-states, each with its own ruler. The rulers of these city-states were believed to have been divinely ordained and were responsible for maintaining the balance between the gods and the people. In Chichen Itza, the rulers were likely part of a powerful elite that controlled both the political and religious spheres. The city's elite class had access to the finest materials, including jade, obsidian, and feathers, which were used to create elaborate jewelry and ceremonial attire. They also had control over the city's military and trade networks, which allowed them to maintain their power and influence over the surrounding region. The political structure of Chichen Itza, however, was not immune to internal strife. Archaeological evidence suggests that the city experienced periods of political instability, possibly involving conflict between rival factions or city-states. One of the most striking pieces of evidence of this instability is the construction of the Osorrio Group, a group of buildings located at the northern edge of the city. The Osorrio Group is thought to have been constructed after the fall of a previous dynasty, and its architecture reflects a shift in the city's political and religious orientation. The group's buildings, with their elaborate carvings and imagery, suggest that Chichen Itza may have undergone a dramatic transformation in the wake of political upheaval. Despite its grandeur and success, Chichen Itza began to experience a decline around the 10th century CE. The reasons for this decline are not entirely clear, but several factors likely contributed to the city's fall. Environmental changes, such as prolonged droughts, may have weakened the agricultural base that supported the city's population. The political instability and warfare between rival city-states may have further eroded Chichen Itza's power and influence. In addition, the rise of other powerful city-states, such as Tulum and Koba, may have diminished Chichen Itza's status as the dominant force in the region. By the 13th century, the city had been largely abandoned, and its once great civilization faded into history. Today, Chichen Itza is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the most popular tourist destinations in the world. The site's remarkable architecture, intricate carvings, and advanced engineering continue to captivate the imagination of visitors and researchers alike. Despite extensive excavations and studies, much of the city's history remains a mystery, and the true reasons for its rise and fall continue to elude historians. What is clear, however, is that Chichen Itza was a center of extraordinary achievement, a place where religion, science, and politics intersected to create a powerful and enduring civilization. Its legacy, both as an architectural marvel and as a symbol of Maya culture, endures to this day, offering us a glimpse into the world of one of Mesoamerica's greatest civilizations. The ancient city of Tikal, located deep within the jungles of Guatemala, is one of the most significant and fascinating archaeological sites of the Maya civilization. Once a thriving metropolis and a powerful center of politics, trade, and religion, Tikal offers a glimpse into the life of a civilization that dominated Mesoamerica for over 1,000 years. Its towering pyramids, grand plazas, and extensive residential complexes all speak to the complexity and sophistication of Maya society. Yet, as with many ancient cities, the reasons for Tikal's rise, its flourishing, and the eventual decline remain a subject of mystery and intrigue. While much of the city has been uncovered through careful excavation, much of Tikal's history is still shrouded in uncertainty, raising questions about the Mayas' true achievements, their political structure, and the forces that led to the city's eventual abandonment. Tikal was one of the largest and most influential cities of the Maya lowlands. It rose to prominence around the 4th century BCE and reached its peak during the classic period of Maya civilization, between the 6th and 9th centuries CE. At its zenith, Tikal was a vast city covering approximately 16 square kilometers, 6 square miles, with an estimated population of 50,000 to 100,000 people. The city was strategically located near important trade routes, which allowed it to prosper as a commercial and cultural center. Tikal's wealth came from its control over the surrounding rainforest, which provided valuable resources such as salt, cacao, and tropical hardwoods. In addition, Tikal's rulers were able to exert influence over surrounding city-states, further cementing its power and dominance in the region. One of the most impressive features of Tikal is its monumental architecture. The city is known for its towering pyramids and temples, many of which rise high above the surrounding jungle canopy. These structures were not only symbols of the city's political and religious power but also served as places of worship and ceremony. The tallest of these pyramids is Temple 4, which stands at 70 meters, 230 feet, tall, making it one of the tallest pre-Columbian structures in the Americas. The temple, which is believed to have been built around 740 CE, is dedicated to one of Tikal's most important rulers, Jasa Chan Kawil I. The construction of such monumental structures required an immense amount of labor and resources, demonstrating the city's organizational capacity and the central role that religion and political authority played in Maya society. The architecture of Tikal is a reflection of the Mayas' advanced knowledge of engineering and urban planning. The city was laid out with a central plaza surrounded by temples, pyramids, and palaces, with residential complexes arranged in clusters throughout the city. The arrangement of buildings and the careful positioning of structures, such as the alignment of temples with astronomical phenomena, indicate that the Maya had a sophisticated understanding of both the natural world and the cosmos. Tikal's architects and planners also incorporated a network of causeways, or sakbiab, which connected different parts of the city and facilitated movement between various ceremonial and residential zones. These causeways, some of which extend for miles, were not only practical but also symbolic, representing the connection between the earthly realm and the divine. The most famous of Tikal's pyramids is Temple A, also known as the Temple of the Great Jaguar. This structure, which stands at 47 meters, 154 feet, tall, was built around 700 CE and is believed to have been a tomb for Tikal's ruler, Jasa Chan Kawil I. The temple is adorned with intricate carvings, including depictions of jaguars, which were symbols of power and authority in Maya culture. The interior of the temple contains a tomb with the remains of the ruler, along with offerings of jade, ceramics, and other valuable items. Temple A, like many of Tikal's other monumental structures, was designed to reflect the Mayas' belief in the importance of the afterlife and the role of rulers as intermediaries between the gods and the people. In addition to its monumental architecture, Tikal is known for its extensive network of stelae, or stone monuments, which commemorate the deeds and accomplishments of the city's rulers. These stelae are inscribed with detailed accounts of the rulers' reigns, including their military victories, political alliances, and religious ceremonies. The stelae also provide valuable insights into the complex political and social structure of Tikal, revealing the intricate relationships between rulers, priests, and warriors. The carvings on the stelae often depict the ruler in the company of gods, reinforcing the idea that the rulers were divinely ordained and responsible for maintaining the cosmic order. The stelae also serve as a reminder of the Mayas' deep respect for history and their understanding of the importance of recording events for future generations. Tikal's political system was based on a complex hierarchy of rulers, priests, and warriors, with power concentrated in the hands of the elite. The city's rulers, known as Ajahs, were considered the living representatives of the gods on earth and were responsible for maintaining the balance between the divine and the human realms. The Ajahs were supported by a class of priests, who oversaw religious rituals and ceremonies, and by a military class, which ensured the city's security and expanded its territorial influence. The Ajahs of Tikal often engaged in warfare with neighboring city-states, either to expand their territory or to assert their dominance. These conflicts were often depicted in the stelae and other monuments, illustrating the central role that warfare played in Maya political life. Tikal's rulers also engaged in diplomacy and trade with other city-states, and the city's location along important trade routes made it a key player in the exchange of goods and ideas. Tikal's wealth came not only from its control over the surrounding region but also from its role as a center of culture and learning. The city was home to artists, sculptors, astronomers, and mathematicians, who created some of the most intricate and beautiful works of art and architecture in the Maya world. Tikal's influence spread far beyond its borders, and the city became a model for other Maya cities in the region. Despite its great success, Tikal's dominance began to wane during the 8th and 9th centuries CE. The city experienced a series of political upheavals, including internal conflicts and challenges from neighboring city-states, which weakened its power and influence. Some scholars believe that Tikal's decline was also due to environmental factors, such as prolonged droughts or soil degradation, which made it increasingly difficult to sustain the city's large population. The collapse of the Maya civilization in the southern lowlands during the 9th century is often associated with a combination of political, social, and environmental pressures that led to the abandonment of many major cities, including Tikal. By the 10th century, Tikal had been largely abandoned, and its once thriving metropolis faded into the jungle. The city's collapse marked the end of an era for the Maya civilization, though the Maya people continued to live in the region for centuries. In the centuries following Tikal's decline, the city remained largely forgotten, with its monumental architecture hidden beneath a dense canopy of jungle growth. It wasn't until the 19th century that Tikal was rediscovered by explorers, who were stunned by the scale and grandeur of the city. Today, Tikal is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the most important archaeological sites in the Americas. The city's ruins attract thousands of visitors each year, who come to marvel at its towering pyramids, expansive plazas, and intricate carvings. Excavations continue to uncover new insights into Tikal's history, shedding light on the lives of the rulers, priests, and people who once inhabited the city. The mystery of why Tikal, like many other Maya cities, was abandoned continues to captivate researchers and historians, with new theories and discoveries emerging regularly. While much has been learned about Tikal, the full story of its rise, its zenith, and its eventual decline is likely to remain an enduring puzzle, offering a fascinating glimpse into one of the greatest civilizations of the ancient world. Tikal's legacy is not only one of architectural and cultural achievement but also a reminder of the power of nature and time to reclaim even the most impressive human creations. The city's towering pyramids, which rise above the jungle, continue to inspire awe and admiration. Tikal's story is one of innovation, power, and eventual decline, offering valuable lessons about the fragility of civilization and the enduring nature of human achievement. As we continue to explore the secrets of Tikal, we are reminded of the complexity and sophistication of the Maya civilization and its lasting influence on the world. The ancient city of Mohenjo-Daro, located in the Sindh province of modern-day Pakistan, stands as one of the most important and mysterious archaeological sites of the Indus Valley civilization. This civilization, which flourished around 2500 BCE in what is now Pakistan and northwest India, was one of the world's earliest urban cultures, and its cities, like Mohenjo-Daro, were some of the most advanced of their time. However, despite its impressive achievements, Mohenjo-Daro, like many ancient cities, remains a riddle that continues to intrigue historians, archaeologists, and scholars worldwide. The city's layout, its technological innovations, and its mysterious decline continue to spark intense debates and ongoing research, leaving us with more questions than answers. Mohenjo-Daro was one of the major cities of the Indus Valley civilization, alongside Harappa, which was another prominent urban center located to the northeast. The city was discovered in the 1920s by archaeologists and has since been the subject of extensive excavation and study. Mohenjo-Daro was an advanced urban settlement, built around a well-planned grid system that reflected a high degree of sophistication in urban planning. The city was divided into two main sections, the citadel, which was elevated and contained the city's most important buildings, and the lower town, which housed the majority of the population and their homes. The careful organization of the city, with its straight streets, orderly layout, and sophisticated drainage systems, suggests that the people of Mohenjo-Daro had a highly developed sense of urban design and a strong focus on public hygiene and infrastructure. One of the most striking features of Mohenjo-Daro is its advanced drainage system. The city's streets were lined with drains made of brick, and many homes were equipped with private bathrooms and toilets that connected to this drainage system. This level of urban planning and sanitation was unprecedented for its time and shows a remarkable understanding of hygiene and public health. The drainage system was complex and well-engineered, with covered drains running along the streets and smaller drains leading into larger ones. Wastewater from the city's homes, public baths, and other facilities was directed into these drains, which emptied into the nearby river or were disposed of in other ways. This indicates that the inhabitants of Mohenjo-Daro understood the importance of cleanliness and waste management in maintaining a healthy urban environment. In addition to its advanced infrastructure, Mohenjo-Daro was also known for its impressive architecture. The city's buildings were made from baked mud bricks, which were more durable than the sun-dried bricks used by other ancient cultures. The buildings were often 2 or more stories high, with flat roofs and open courtyards. Many of the homes in the lower town were arranged around central courtyards, which allowed for natural light and ventilation. This architectural style not only served practical purposes but also reflected the importance of social interaction and community life in the daily lives of the city's inhabitants. The large public buildings in the citadel, including what is believed to be a great public bath, further highlight the significance of communal spaces and public rituals in the culture of Mohenjo-Daro. Among the most iconic and enigmatic features of Mohenjo-Daro is the so-called Great Bath, a large rectangular structure that measures about 12 meters by 7 meters, 39 feet by 23 feet. This building, which is one of the largest structures in the city, is believed to have been used for ritual bathing or as a communal bathing area. The Great Bath is made of finely baked brick, and its floors are waterproofed with a layer of bitumen. The purpose of the Great Bath remains a subject of debate, with some scholars suggesting that it was used for religious or ceremonial purposes, while others believe it may have been a public bath for the citizens of Mohenjo-Daro. The precise nature of its use remains unclear, but it is undoubtedly one of the most impressive and mysterious features of the city. Despite the sophistication of Mohenjo-Daro's infrastructure and architecture, much about the city remains a mystery. The script used by the people of Mohenjo-Daro, known as the Indus script, has not yet been deciphered, leaving us with little direct information about the civilization's language, culture, or daily life. The script consists of a series of symbols that have been found on seals, pottery, and other objects, but no bilingual inscriptions, like the Rosetta Stone, have been found to help scholars decode the writing. As a result, our understanding of the people of Mohenjo-Daro is based largely on their material culture, including their art, architecture, and artifacts, rather than written records. This has made it difficult to fully understand the nature of their society, their beliefs, and their way of life. In addition to the mystery of the Indus script, there is also the question of why Mohenjo-Daro, along with other cities of the Indus Valley civilization, was abandoned. The decline of the Indus Valley civilization is one of the great mysteries of ancient history. The civilization flourished for several centuries, reaching its peak around 2000 BCE, but by around 1500 BCE, the major cities, including Mohenjo-Daro, were abandoned. The reasons for this decline are still the subject of much speculation. Some theories suggest that environmental changes, such as a shift in the course of the river or prolonged droughts, may have played a role in the collapse of the civilization. The Indus Valley civilization relied heavily on the rivers for irrigation and trade, and changes in the river systems could have disrupted the delicate balance that sustained the cities. Others believe that political or social factors, such as internal conflict or invasions by outside groups, may have contributed to the downfall of the civilization. However, no definitive explanation has been found, and the true cause of the decline remains unknown. In recent years, there have been efforts to re-examine the ruins of Mohenjo-Daro using modern technology, including satellite imagery and ground-penetrating radar, to uncover more information about the city's layout and its decline. These efforts have led to new discoveries, including the identification of previously unknown structures and artifacts. However, despite these advances, many of the questions surrounding Mohenjo-Daro's rise, its achievements, and its eventual collapse remain unanswered. The discovery of Mohenjo-Daro and its subsequent excavation has had a profound impact on our understanding of ancient civilizations. The city is one of the earliest examples of urban planning, demonstrating an advanced level of organization and technological sophistication that rivals that of contemporary civilizations like ancient Mesopotamia and Egypt. The ingenuity of the Indus Valley people, as seen in their architecture, infrastructure, and water management systems, suggests a society that was capable of complex planning and had a deep understanding of engineering and public health. The existence of such a sophisticated civilization, which thrived thousands of years ago, challenges our conventional understanding of the development of human societies.